how is everybody?
Fantastic.
Have you been
Everything's sunshine and rainbows for me.
Yeah,
looking
everything's
forward to this
Hint, 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 hint.
So, when we last left our heroes, Haraga has been following with her now metaphorical tail between her legs as they start their way up the mountain. They encountered Ernest, a former servant of Lady Wachter, delivering a message from Strahd, urging the party to hurry on their adventures up the mountain. And with that, we return to them on the map. That is still covered in squiggles. So, you have bedded
Never
down
change.
for the evening. Who is taking watch?
Take a watch.
What?
I think Elaine will take a watch.
Yeah. Ez is probably going to keep, the whole mystic thing. She's gonna, basically, whoever is keeping watch, she's going to accompany with them for the whole night.
Okay.
Araga, meanwhile, does come up to Elaine and says, Elaine,
Yes, sir.
do you have a book about Selune?
Of course. Kind of reaches into his bag and pulls it out.
Can I have it?
Of course. He just hands it to her.
And she says, thank you. And then she goes back, and I'm
Sorry, you cut off 30?
Yep, we lost you.
Maybe that noise suppression is more like
Down.
noise gate at times. I'm sorry, G.
You okay, D?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
There we go.
Now,
Yep, you're back.
Yeah, and so then she takes the book, she says, thank you, Elaine. And then is it safe to presume she's bunking down with Samara?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay, so then she goes over to Samara, and she hands Samara the book and says, can you read?
Yes, I can.
And then she curls up on her bedding and says, can you read that to me?
Samara very quietly, so it's just so only they can hear, she starts reading it to Haraga.
That's good, thank you. And then Haraga's like holding her Selune symbol that she got from Elaine too.
Adorable. Yeah, Elaine's sort of need to take the watch.
Okay. And, so if you're all starting to bed down, I would like Elaine, and if Ez is staying awake as well, to do your perception checks.
yeah, sure thing. Just basic perception.
Mm-hmm.
Also, have they updated the character sheets a little? I'm noticing some interesting graphical tweaks to the character sheet.
I haven't looked at the character sheets in a while.
Yeah,
I
the blue ticks.
I
Can't say I can see blue
Nope.
ticks.
Oh, that
Unless
might
that's
be
your-
mine.
I think that's the extension you put in.
I don't have any extensions. Except
Is
my
in
hair.
your Roll20 character
No,
sheet?
because you got that Roll20 extension for Firefox for the Halloween game.
No, I actually haven't installed that yet.
I see no blue
Okay.
ticks on your character sheet.
Me neither.
no.
I just,
not done.
it's so good. I mean, I just posted it on the thing.
Oh, there's a new tab though.
Discord.
Public and to the GM. Interesting.
Oh, I've had that
yeah,
up
you-
for a while.
Yeah, same here.
Ah, that's what you're talking.
Anyway, sorry to derail us.
Anyway, so as the sun is setting in the east and you're on the west face of the mountain, it gets dark very quickly. So you had to stop and set up camp, even though you can still see the sunlight basking the Wizard of Wines, which you can just start to see over the tops of the trees. You are in darkness.
It's a little chilly, yeah?
The
Just a
wind
little bit.
does pick up, catches at your cloak, pulls at your hair, but you don't see anything moving around you. You don't hear much except the bushes rattling in the stiff breeze. As time goes on, darkness completely covers the land. You can just make out the tiny lamps of Krezek and the Wizard of Wines. And Ez,
Hello.
you can see some small lights here. At Yester Hill.
Oh shit. Ez is going to tap Elaine on the shoulder and point over there. I'm not too sure what is going on over there, but I have a sneaking suspicion it is not good.
Well, it probably isn't, but we shouldn't really worry about it for now.
We did pretty much we pretty much salted the earth there, didn't we? I mean, we directed a tree, we destroyed the golem? Is that what it was? Like a golem type thing?
It was more close, sort of a cross between a golem and the twig blight, we thought. I'd say it's close to the twig blight, though.
Is not nature is not really my nature.
Not exactly an expert myself.
When we are up in the morning, might have a quick conversation with Zabarnak, see if she would know if they could bring back anything. Although, no, you said... Oh, no, not you. I'm so sorry. I've slept since then. Reister, was the expert at deforestation, wasn't he?
I believe so, but as you say, we pretty much uprooted the tree, burned the roots, killed it off completely. Could be there are a few stragglers among the druids.
No, well, we can't have that, can we? She gives him an evil grin.
That's true.
Though we have other things to worry about, my dear.
But
Elaine,
yes?
what do you actually know about what happened last night?
I know that Haraga went out. She seemed to have detected someone too close to the guild hall. And that's about it, really.
You know that she killed him.
Oh, yes, I know that, but...
And you're okay with how the situation has been resolved, yeah?
Personally, I would have preferred if she'd made sure that he wasn't absolutely dangerous, but if it means keeping the guild hall safe, then there wasn't much choice.
Sure. I just can't help but feel a little responsible. Or who the fuck am I kidding? I'm just as responsible as she is. Your lycanthropy it is not the same as what you have.
I know, mine.
Say again?
I know, I was lucky with mine. It's easy to control, certainly, but it's sort of a... the best way I can put it is, this is a blessing, not a curse.
Literally. So Luna still gave it to you. That's pretty special.
I admit I'm not much of a leader.
Me neither, my friend, but we seem to be doing alright so far. I mean, only one innocent person is dead. She looks a little bit awkward.
Look, Haraga she's struggling with being able to separate herself from the beast. Probably because, as far as I can tell, all her life she's been told to embrace it.
Hmm. That is true. It doesn't. It would take a lot to shock you, wouldn't it?
I've been around. I think I must have been, what, 14 the first time I was taken into an undead lair?
Hmm. No.
I mean, we
Why
weren't
were
really in
you,
any danger. Yes?
I apologize, I spoke over you there. Why were you there at 14?
That was part of my training.
They allow you to deal with the undead that early?
Well, it wasn't just me, it was my people I shared a room with and two of our more senior knights. So we weren't exactly being sent in to danger. I'd say
Still,
that,
though.
well, it's what we've been trained for. I mean, Holborn has always had a problem with the undead. That's kind of why the whole Umbrella Order was formed.
Interesting. Ez looks a little serious when she realizes that the undead are like a presence in Holborn. Well,
I
we
wouldn't worry
have
too
a
much.
few...
I wouldn't worry too much about it. Last major undead problem was about 200 years ago. But that was swiftly put down. So,
Well, regardless, we have a bit of a laundry list to take care of once we leave this place, but rest assured, dealing with the undead would be a pleasure.
like I say, I wouldn't worry too much. I mean, a few years ago, there was this crazy cult devoted to dragons. I don't know the exact details. Yes, I don't know the exact details, but something to do with a pretty bad time in our history.
Interesting.
I'll have to tell you more about it another time, I think.
Elaine, your memories are suddenly assaulted with rumors of a black dragon being controlled by a tiny goblin. You never thought they were true.
Let's just say it was a very crazy time.
Well, I'm also crazy. How do I put this? Let's just say that you wouldn't... What would it take for you to think I was a monster?
Elaine just kind of stops to think for a minute. Well, to be fair, we've been pretty honest about what you used to be like before you went to sleep. So, I can't really say there'd be much, to be honest.
But there would be something.
Yes, well, it wouldn't be specific to you. If anyone admitted to something like that, it'd probably think they were a monster as well.
He just looks to the fire for a little bit.
Look, Ez, you've always been honest and open about what you've done in the past. So the only thing that could probably get me to think any less of you would be if you betrayed us.
But that's not happening.
Is that?
You better fucking believe it. Okay,
that...
well, it's not relevant, so it's nothing to worry about then.
That's, I trust all of you, so...
That is appreciated, my friend. Leans forward and kisses him.
Elaine kisses back.
Really, you two were trying to sleep.
I'm so sorry, say again?
I think Arena's just like, really, you two were trying to sleep, and just rolls over in her cloak.
We are trying to... Because I thought we were being quiet.
Six of one, half a dozen of another.
You.
Oh.
Alright, so your watch finishes with with nothing noticed. Who's taking the next watch?
Reister takes the next watch.
Okay. And I take it you're still staying awake, guys? Yeah, this is falling off the earth.
As Reister, comes up next to her, as points over to Yester Hill, and just brings him up to speed on the few lights that her and Elaine saw.
Thought we'd taken them out. It seems they still like the place.
To be fair, there are many different groups that wander this land. As soon as you take one out, a new one will come to fill in the space.
True.
It's limited real estate after all. There's not much else for them to go.
Yeah, it's not like they could cross the borders and just go anywhere else.
No. What are your plans of when we leave?
Yeah. To be fair, right now I don't really know. There's a few things I might take on.
Hopefully not alone.
Well, that is kind of why I started going with the guild, and that's somewhat why I'm here.
Elaborate. If you do not mind.
Well, it's a long story.
Got an hour's watch?
Yeah, but we need to keep our eyes open after all. This land is full of surprises.
That is true.
Speaking of surprises, would you be so kind as to roll your perception checks?
Absolutely. Oof.
Okay, as you don't see much of anything. Your attention has kind of started to wane. It's late, you're tired.
Mm-hmm.
Reister, on the other hand, after chastising Ez that you need to keep your eye out, you look into the bushes and you start to see something moving. And you can see your campfire light reflecting from a number of pinpoints around the clearing.
As
Yes, Reister.
we have an audience.
But as Insu strains her back up a little bit, and Mercy is on her lap. Where am I looking?
Over there in the bushes, and she tries to be as nonchalant as possible so as to not tip the audience off
Mm-hmm.
that they've been spotted. I think that requires a stealth check.
Yeah, you can try that. Okay. As with Reister's ever so subtle indication, you glance over now and you start to see the little pinpricks of light low to the ground, and you can start to see the telltale movement of bushes and branches.
So do these look like reflections of eyes? Would this be a pack of wolves? Ez has a lot of experience with these fuckers.
You can roll nature and see if you can determine that.
Okay.
Yes.
Ah, shit. That was in character, by the way.
And it seems
Friends of yours.
to be a rather sizable pack.
It's a large pack. And no, these are never fucking friends of mine. You can see she's got this almost feral growl to her teeth. Like the others.
As how about you light up? Sometimes animals are a little scared of fire.
That is not a bad idea. As flares, yeah, her wings basically flare up. She stands up suddenly. The the fire, we'll just say for the visual, the fire's behind her, runs a hand over the blade and pops Mercy out into its whip form, which ignites into a blazing inferno of flame. And she is going to try and crack it. Would that be a performance? Would that be an intimidation?
Roll intimidation with advantage.
Thank you so much. 13.
Okay.
So, would Elaine have woken up at this point and realised what's going on?
I'm pretty sure the huge metallic crack of the whip.
Okay, what's going on?
Would it be safe to assume it wakes
Do
us
math.
all up?
Yeah.
Doing math.
Well.
Hang on.
Sorry, y'all.
Oh no.
Okay. The whip crack and the flare of fire does wake up the majority of the party as you hear a panicked yelp as trees all around you start trembling as you hear sprinting of four-legged creatures retreating. Unfortunately, not all of them were scared.
Elaine just sighs, gets up, and in wolf, you just go, "Look, we all just bugger off, please. We're trying to sleep."
We're hungry wolves. We need
Are you
food.
attempting to intimidate them or convince
No.
them?
Try to convince him. He's gonna roll persuasion.
What persuasion? 14. Alright.
Just for the fun of it as well, Ez looks feral at this point. She's almost like salivating, like this mad-eyed rage as she's glaring
That's
at
it.
Just
what
for
remains of
context
the
now, I'm
pack.
just going to bring you to the night map.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, Elaine basically growls at them and shrugs his shoulders. And as you watch, a couple of wolves, they kind of look between each other, and a few of them just start to slink away. Just move. You can see scratch marks and gouges in the dirt where several others had run away. These two, however, don't leave. They kind of circle around a little bit. Elaine, one of the wolves growls back. Surely you can share some prey.
Elaine kind of looks around the group and just goes, "You do realise that we're not prey, don't you?"
Steps closer and starts sniffing.
Elaine makes sure to point in his direction as he says this.
You have food, yes?
Ez is growling at this one, and she is flexing the whip.
You see the wolf that kind of glances at you and kind of sidesteps away and is not breaking eye contact with Elaine.
Elaine just reaches into his bag and pulls out some meat from his rations.
As you do that, the wolf switches his gaze to the food in your hand.
If I give you this food, you leave us alone. Okay?
It'll be easier than hunting. There's very little game this high.
I can believe that. It's not exactly the best conditions up here.
So just for context, we can't understand a word he's saying. He's just like,
Well,
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
I wonder how close it is to Lycan.
It is not very close to Lycan.
No, different.
Yeah, he is essentially using beast speak.
Do I have to roll for the Bonic to interpret the wolf's body language?
You can roll a nature if you want. Okay.
Quite twice.
Boom!
You have a closer look at these creatures. These wolves are a lot smaller than the ones you saw down in the mainland, but for wolves, they're fairly sizable. All wolves in Barovia are massive. These ones, however, they're pretty lean. They look like they're starving. And they are now more focused on the food in Elaine's hand.
The Bonic is going to turn to the others and go,
I think these may go away if we surrender some rations.
Elaine just kind of has the food in his hand, ready to give it to the wolves, and just goes, although, have you seen anything unusual up ahead?
Unusual. The wolf looks genuinely confused.
Basically, are there any big predators further along the path?
Wolf thinks for a moment. What does the wolf know? He kind of tilts his head and then says, "There's the giant bird."
Giant bird?
We don't go too high. Don't go near Stonebridge. Giant bird is always hungry.
Giant bird near stone. I appreciate the help. I just...
It goes
take
for
a-
horses, deer, big game.
Elaine takes a few steps forward and kind of throws the meat to that wolf. Turns to the other one and throws that one some meat as well.
They both dive on the respective meat and just wolf it down.
Thank you
And
for
they
the help.
kind of glance up at you again. This one's tail is now slightly wagging.
Elaine reaches in and gets a little bit more out. Not really much more I can give you.
Called domestication.
I don't know why these wolves have suddenly turned into squish. They're just waiting to see what you'll do.
Elaine just gives him a bit more food, basically.
If you want her, Olga, you can. Alright.
Yeah, at this moment, as the wolves are devouring their prey, Haraga bends forward and begins vomiting. She's throwing up. She is like shaking. She falls to her knees and she is throwing up. Just barfing up. Like,
So now got her arms around her, just trying to hold on tight to her.
This is a tension between the two wolves and Taraga.
what'd you say?
This tension is torn between the wolves, and she sort of like looks over her shoulder, like, "Is he okay?"
As soon as you break eye contact with the wolves, they both dive on the meat Elaine gave them and sprint off into the woods. And you hear one of them cackle, "The cubs eat tonight!" And they are gone.
Rice taking a good look at Raga. This doesn't look normal. I think it's worth a medicine check.
Sure.
Yeah.
7? Yeah, her dinner didn't come down.
Well, either that or she's pregnant. Though I don't know from whom.
Please tell me he said that out loud.
Yeah.
Apparently said that out loud.
Oh.
Elaine just kind of looks to Irina, then to Reister, then back to Irina, just kind of shrugs.
Look at me.
Don't look at me either. I'm not the father. She pats Haraga on the shoulder and helps Smara keep her hair out of the way. Are you all right? What's wrong?
Yeah, no, I get sick. I'm okay. And now did Haraga hear what Reister said?
Yeah, definitely.
And at that point, she looks up and she says, "Can I punch Reister?"
This is in character.
Yeah, that's in character. That's in character.
No, my laughing is in character too.
Huh.
I'm sorry, but not this time.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm all right.
Haraga on the shoulder.
I'm strong. I'm strong.
Yes, yes you are. Yes you are.
Okay.
Would it be medicine or insight in regards to figuring out the cause of
I would
the
say
contact?
roll insight.
Okay. The player has a suspicion, but let's see. Insight.
Okay. The act of the wolves pouncing on and devouring their prey so savagely triggered a few unpleasant memories.
Ez takes one of the few remaining handkerchiefs that she has, from the outfit, and she just helps wipe down Haraga's front, and just claps her hand on the shoulder. Yes,
Thank you,
done.
Lewis.
It's no problem. Get yourself a good night's rest.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm
then
really
she just-
disappointed we avoided a combat, but oh well.
Yeah. And Haraga goes back into the tent looking embarrassed and shaky and pale. And then she just kind of, more pale than usual. And then she just kind of curls up and is kind of shaking.
Tomorrow you take good care of her.
I will. So I was going to try and work out what was wrong, but she's just more worried about Haraga.
Pretty much. Alright.
Oh yeah, that looks like a red number.
That is
Yeah.
a red number. Roll me a... Yeah, we are. Haraga was jealous. She didn't like Elder's attention being somewhere else. Or Leader's attention being somewhere else.
It could have been worse if you rolled higher. It would have been Rice is true, and Rice is right, and he's the father.
Oh dear. Alright.
That would have been the
Yeah.
worst take.
As you want to re-roll that, can I punch Reister?
That was the player talking this time.
I know.
But yeah, would we go back to Reister and Dez's watch?
Yeah, with the wolves successfully dissuaded, you are now able to go back to sleep without much more issue. I want to point out that there was originally 14 wolves.
Oh, son of a bee! I really wanted to chew something up, but oh well. Damn it, Ez, you're too good.
Alright.
Ez,
Sometimes even I have good ideas that might not be the ones you have. As
So,
well spotted, though, Reister. Thank you, my friend.
not a problem.
As I said, good to have you back.
In a way, I kind of missed being here.
Icy has been woken up during the night. That means we'll be fine, everybody.
That's what you say in public.
Oh, before everyone starts going to sleep, Elaine relays what Wolves said about Giant Bird.
Giant bird.
Bird.
2 in the morning.
Uh,
Oh, no.
Good night, my dear.
good night.
Good night.
Bryce is trying to rack his brain as to if he's heard of giant birds before.
Rule history with disadvantage.
That would be a 7 then.
Okay. You've heard a bunch of tall sailors' tales talking about birds that had wingspans bigger than their ships near certain islands, but they were all poppycock.
Giant birds. What's next? What's next? A snake? A leviathan waiting for us?
Ez gives him a little look. I mean, there's supposed to be one sleeping under Chult.
It's more than likely it's a rock. So
I would say that's a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's not good.
It's a rock.
That's a rock. She points to like the rocks around the fire.
Well, ROC, it's basically like a giant eagle.
Huh.
Well,
It's a very large bird of prey, I know that. That's all I really can remember.
Really?
what does a wolf consider large?
That is
Well,
true. They were a little tiny, those ones.
Well, I'd still be prepared to say expect a very large bird.
Well, the eagles usually carry off goats every now and again, and they're not that big. He's probably just thinking of one of those greater eagles. I've heard of no giant birds.
Still, would be an idea if we kept our ranged combat options prepared.
Not a problem. At least I can still do that.
Yeah.
And worst case scenario, I can fly after them if it tries to pick somebody off.
I mean, I have experience getting picked up by those who want to harm us, so I expect that I'm the one who gets to fly.
Well, it's your ragged good lucks. It's the mutton chops that does it.
Well, I'd recommend when we cross that bridge that we try and stick low to the ground and stay in the centre of the bridge.
So you want us to crawl in a line?
Not crawl, but try and
Well,
keep low.
staying as low as possible is going prone and crawling across.
Well, that's the problem. We need to split the difference between staying low and staying mobile. I'll probably say crouch a little.
Anyway, let's think about it at the time, shall we?
I'd like surprises, though. At least not too much.
Life worth living.
Elaine kind of has a brainwave of that process. Of course, we do have the ability to pass without trace.
Well, we have various skills and all that. I'm sure we can think of as something in the moment. But yes, I mean, if I don't really need to, prepare anything, but if you all want to do something that stealth would be of value, sure.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the best bet.
Yeah. I mean,
I know, D. I know.
Oh no.
And
I
so
mean-
does Ez.
I mean, Elaine can always try to talk sense into the bird.
That is true. What were you saying to them, by the way? Was it just offering food, or...?
Basically warning them not to attack us, and also just getting the information out of them.
Well, you just saved a lot of lives, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
She moodily glares at the fire.
Looked like there was a lot more originally.
Alright, so the night continues on. The rest of the party curls up and goes back to their sleep. Reister, your watch ends and it's time now for the third and final watch. Who will you be waking to do that?
Is anyone in particular you want to keep third watch with?
Her eyes slide over towards Madam Swiftwings. Yes, I'll just see if Icy would be up for a watch. Girl chat. You have yourself a good night, my friend.
Alright. Didn't want to just jump somewhere, because otherwise I would have woken Irina.
As looks at Irina.
Irina is currently sleeping with her arms just like wrapped around Serlene from behind.
No, I think they're fine.
Alright.
She is definitely the big spoon. She is, despite how tall Ez is now, Irina is still big spoon.
Even though Irina tends to get a mouthful of feathers.
Yep.
Anyway. So, you poke awake the cranky Dragonborn.
How you doing, my dear?
Morning.
No, I'm sorry we didn't really arrange who was getting a watch. I wanted to know if you would be willing to. If not, I can wake someone else.
Oh, no, it's fine. I can take watch.
Good, good. She looks around at the landscape. And in a very, very low draconic voice, she says, I wanted to have your opinion on what Samara said.
Excuse me?
Willing to do a deal with our mutual problem. She points to the pearl necklace.
Just a quick reminder for the player. What did you say again?
Oh, yeah. Basically, Samara is willing to make a deal with the dark forces of the Mist to basically be the next Strahd and replace him as the full-blown vampire.
Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Well, I don't think we need another Strahd.
Agreed.
I mean, I know obviously she's doing it out of the right mindset. You know, better to have somebody in power who knows their evil and blah blah blah. But you know, as history has shown, sometimes the worst things are done for the right reasons.
I can assure you that that is a fact. It would destroy Haraga. Between the two of us, I want to show that I trust you with this knowledge, but out of everybody, this group, I think I would be willing to sacrifice Samara first. But even then, no. We don't need a new start.
No.
And she's been very good for Haraga. The two seem to have been a good influence on each other.
Well, she's very comfortable around her. Notice her, she's been more of herself around Samara than anybody else. Even Elizabeth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about her. Yeah. The barmaid. What is it Haraga says? The proud woman. Oh, good grief! I can still hear the sounds now. Oh, it's sweet though. But no, this agreement, it's not going to happen. No way, no how. Arena knows about your situation, but I don't think anyone else does. we're getting to the point where it might have to come out. Are you willing to? I mean, what are you willing to share with the group, and what do you want kept between us? Because we need a strategy to deal with this.
Well, I do everything but them wanting someone's sacrifice or whatever it was they were wanting. That's definitely going to turn some of them against it.
I see. What's your passive perception?
9. I always forget. I think it's like 11. Yeah, 11.
And yours is 14, right, Ez?
Mine is 16.
Oh, even better. As you are discussing this, you glance around camp. You notice that there is a small concentration of mist forming over Samara.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. Hang on. Hang
Hey,
on.
don't look at me. The hyena yop came before that.
They apparently do want Samara.
You know, I'm trying not to be offended because I'm always willing to make deals and allegiances, and I keep getting overlooked. Well, you know, that's fine, but...
How do you think I feel? I was the strange-blood goat.
As just gives a hug at that. So don't worry, we will be able to, we will make a good deal. Or,
Damn it!
she glares at the mist around her.
Ignore
Say
that.
again?
Oh. Yeah, we didn't say anything. No. But yeah, Ez just like looks at the mist and in a low voice again, still in Draconic. Actually, no, let's switch this to...
It's just celestial. That's it.
I mean,
Do you know
yeah,
what
makes sense. I know a lot of things. Inferno, she'll just say, either we make a deal, a good deal, or we annihilate. Your decision. Make a good one. I would like to intimidate the mist, please.
Roll intimidation.
Thank you.
Did you just flip off Cthulhu?
The God Eater is getting annoyed.
It got like you for breakfast!
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Literally. That's fine though. That's a 7.
Yeah, but not good enough.
The DM has gone very quiet. This is the time to panic.
Just fear amongst yourselves for a minute.
Yep.
The DM is quiet.
And we
wait,
can't hear a rolling dice anymore.
The player strips naked and runs into the temple opposite Quarks, praying to the prophets for her deliverance.
Wow,
How does
nice
that?
reference.
Why are we suddenly on Deep Space Nine? Why am I suddenly the DM?
Is that Samara doing that? Cause
No, here's a reference to Deep Space Nine where Morn, one of the best characters in Star Trek history,
Yes.
basically panics and is supposed to run naked into the temple opposite Quarks on the promenade and started praying for deliverance from the prophets.
Yeah. to be fair, he talks way too much.
Yeah, but he can't get to shut up.
Yeah.
Morn was the best character.
Yeah, he always had the best lines, too.
Yeah.
Who could forget his most infamous line? Or, which also was very, very awesome.
So, Ez, after
Yes,
your little speech and intimidation tactics, you notice the mist gathers above every person in the clearing, including yourself. It swirls around almost playfully and then slowly starts to dissipate.
She leans her head back, looks into the night sky, horns, the whole Maleficent style piercing the heavens. And then she just gives a side eye to Icy. In fairness, if I was a disembodied, mist, I would do that shit too. Meh.
Yeah,
Love it.
still not a clear answer.
Still, it shows they're at least listening. Question mark, good thing, maybe bad thing, I don't know. You'll see.
Yes.
Ez just hands her one of Willow's cookies.
Ooh, an edible.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so please continue your watch. I would like you to roll your next perception checks with disadvantage.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're stoned out of your mind.
I'm super happy that you guys are the watch that, yeah.
Pass
Yeah.
Kentucky on the left-hand side.
That's perception, as how much have you had? Or persuasion, Icy even.
Sorry.
I might be a little dyslexic. Shut up.
They call them goblins, but I've never seen them gob, have you?
Just hear a distance the sitar opening of the man who sold the world. As everything just goes kaleidoscope vision.
You nibble on your cookies as you keep an eye on the camp, staying relatively quiet as the night wears on. Nothing else seems to catch your attention. As you find yourself kind of twitching at random wisps of mist as they foil in around the trees. But nothing really seems out of the ordinary anymore. Eventually, the sun starts to rise. The valley below is in darkness as the light starts to creep down the mountainside, eventually bathing your campsite in light before it reaches the rest of the valley. The party begins to stir.
Another day.
You see a majestic unicorn coming along before he comes and goes, "Hello, love."
What is that a reference to?
Just a general. Well, actually, it's a She-Ra reference, but
Okay.
the original Swiftwind voice was basically that.
Okay.
Only less sounded like
Unicorn
Bob
arrives.
Mortimer.
Oh god,
okay,
yeah,
then.
the original Swiftwind voice on the original
Yeah.
show, you mean?
Yeah.
Hello, She-Ra. Offers to take you to Candy Mountain. Candy Mountain!
Right, well, we got to Candy Mountain. You want to get on me back?
She-Ra, I am wounded.
Really? You want to bring Charlie into this?
Yes, I will reference Charlie the Unicorn and you can't stop me.
Next you bring up llamas with hats.
I was hungry for hands. Give me a break.
Well, he came in, and I was sitting there reading a book, and I stabbed him 37 times in the chest.
As you do.
People.
Haraga gets up and sort of gets out of the, leaves Samara and quietly gets up and gets out of the camp and starts wandering in a circle around.
Are you alright, my dear?
Huh?
Are you alright?
Yeah, she looks pale and sweaty. She's like, yeah, I'm ready to go. We're going up the mountain.
We are. Come here, please. Sit down a moment.
Haraga moves and sits.
Mm-hmm.
She's avoiding eye contact with a certain location in the camp. Yeah.
Yeah. Ez leans forward and puts one hand on her knee. Would you please tell me what the problem is?
I don't know.
Do you have any suspicions about what it could be?
I just don't feel good at things right now. It's different. I don't know.
Would this be an insight to see whether it's guilt about what she did, or more concern about, future events with Samara?
Yeah, you could roll an insight to see if you can catch on what your little friend is concerned about.
Okay. Hey.
Okay. Haraga, would you like to?
Yeah, I'm sending it to Ez right now.
Excellent.
1 second.
Thank you, Roll20 and keyboard.
Yeah. What happened? Hound?
Hound.
Oh, there we go. Before I take a walk around, I actually missed the thing about it. Oh, Roll20, never change. Except please change.
There you go, Ez.
Okay.
Say, I said something that I think was really, really stupid. I apologize, Haraga.
Huh? What?
Last night I said something that's really stupid.
Yeah, okay.
I want
That's fine.
to.
Thank you for that, Weister. We appreciate it. I see that on the edge of the map. She basically looks to Haraga, thinks to herself for a moment, and then gives her a hug.
Haraga goes into the hug like it's a buoy in the sea.
Mm-hmm. Just pats her back a little. It will get better with time.
Okay, I
It's
believe
a
you,
lot.
Leader Ez.
It's like, no, look at me. Just look at me. And Ez just basically looks up at her, hands on both shoulders. It hurts, but it gets easier with time.
Okay.
It won't stop hurting, but you learn to live with it, so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Big thoughts are difficult,
Yeah.
but they're important.
Feels like the wind has picked up.
It
I
has, and it is
understand, Leader
carrying
Ez.
flakes of snow.
I'm trying to be better.
That is all that matters. It doesn't matter whether you succeed or fail. What truly matters, is that you try with everything that you have. That's all that really matters. Not success or failure, but trying. Can you remember that for me?
Try. That's what matters. Try.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I try. Always. Yeah. Okay. She is trying to psych herself up, but yeah, it hasn't really helped her not be shaky.
Mm-hmm.
So she's saying it to make it true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That does not require any insight, because,
Yeah.
At least I don't think so. It's pretty obvious
Yeah.
to anyone, I think.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a bit chilly up there, but I have faith in you. And she is going to, while her hands are on Haraga, she was going to save this for something else, but she is going to cast. I have too many things. Haraga is going to suddenly stop feeling the cold weather.
Ooh.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
TLDR, while I look for it, it is something from the Mystic. Basically, it doesn't reduce cold damage, but it does reduce the feeling of cold or heat in extreme locations.
Okay. Noted.
And it's going to take me 15 minutes to find it, so feel free to carry on doing other things in the meantime.
You mean lay on warmth?
Possibly lay on warmth, yeah.
Well, in this case, we just call it that.
Yeah, sure, it's lay on warmth.
Creature. Would you like to roll that
Yeah.
check for me?
I didn't understand what kind of roll.
He sent you a whisper.
Ah, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay,
And while that's happening, I will say Haraga like seems to calm visibly. Like that actually seems to do something, and she exhales, shakes herself off, even though she's still got Ez's arms on her hands on her, and nods her head and says, "Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Leader Ez. I'm here."
Okay, Zabornik. As you start to look over your arm, the small patches of sap that were starting to eke through your bark arm appear to have solidified to amber over the course of the night.
Ah.
So how much does it impact her mobility?
Not much. It just kind of tugs on your skin as you move. But it's not painful. It's barely uncomfortable. It's just a noticeable pull. So you now have 3 amber protrusions embedded in your bark arm.
Huh.
I think she's going to want to go to Elaine with this.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so she goes to Elaine. He's awake at this point?
No, he's still asleep.
Then she's going to wait until he's awake. She's just going to sit there a little bit creepily.
Okay. So I would say yous would need to have a proper stomach-filling meal before yous head up the mountain, or else yous will probably suffer a level of exhaustion. Because I forgot to ask whether yous ate last night.
Let's see, with the rations that they got, sorry, I was trying to log in and out of the game because I can see that my portrait hasn't updated. I've still got the Nim portrait for some reason. It's nothing major. But yeah, as is, let's see, we have some rations that aren't, marijuana. We still have 4 mysterious mushrooms from the druids.
Yeah, but those are used in potions.
Yes, very bad
And
potions.
they all very good potions. It all depends on how you cook them, apparently.
Yep.
Yeah, we really need to remember to, try that at one point. Yeah, I don't think I have any anything here. Honestly, Elaine, I wish, I almost wish that we hadn't scared those wolves away last night. At least we would have had something to eat.
Elaine just kind of hands us some of his rations.
Oh, thank you.
So Elaine is awake.
Oh, I assumed Elaine was awake.
Yeah. Elaine, as you wake up, you notice Zabornik is just kind of like sitting right beside your head, staring down at you.
Zabornik, what's
Morning.
wrong?
Just a tiny little bit. I have this, my old arm wound is acting up a little bit. Could you just, see if you can detect any evil there, just in case?
Okay, Elaine just kind of still half awake. He quickly burns one of his divine senses.
Okay. Remind me what that sense is. You click that for me.
1 second.
Okay, Celestial Dead on feet. Okay. As you look over Zabornik, you get the tiniest reading of near celestial energy from the tiny spriteling on her shoulder, but nothing else.
Well, we're getting some celestial energy, but nothing evil.
Ah, that is good. I guess I will just keep an eye on this and, see that I don't crystallize too much. Thank you.
Are they trying to be stealthy about this?
Are you?
Zabornik isn't.
Nope. Lane's just spoken up, so he's not being stealthy at all.
Fair enough.
Okay, so Zabornik is concerned about something.
I'm sorry to pry, not my business. Is everything alright?
Just, how it usually goes. You wake up in the morning, you look at your arm, it's a little bit stiff because there's amber growing all over it. The usual.
Amber?
No, my name is Zabornik.
Okay, no, seriously though. Essene's holding, has a look at the arm.
Okay. You
He's...
take Zabornik's bark-covered arms and you have a look at it. And you can see in 3 distinct places there appears to have been dents in the bark texture, which appear to have been filled with sap and hardened. One of them appears to have a slight purplish tint to them. But other than that, there's hardened sap or amber on Zabornik's arm.
I'm so sorry. After you, my dear.
I will say right away, you don't get to make any jewelry from this.
And I was not thinking of doing that, so, but thank you for the, clarification.
I wasn't saying anything.
That is interesting, though.
I know, right?
Yeah, but that's unusual. I mean,
no disrespect to
happening-
Zabornik. What is usual about her?
well, then again, sap hardening basically overnight, as I understand it.
Well, yeah, that's what it does.
That is not how things usually work, I believe.
Zabornik, can you make me a quick history check? With advantage.
Because I am history, I get it.
Okay. As you're looking at your arm and you're examining these little amber rods, you do notice that, as he has pointed out, one of them has a slight purplish tinge to it. That is where Timmy burrowed into your arm.
Yeah, just what I thought. I am
What?
Hold on.
She kind of knocks on that spot on her arm.
You're still in there? Everything going alright?
Stop! There's no need for that.
Oh,
Well then.
kitty issues.
Sorry, Lucy just started shit with Chi. They were swiping at each other and Lucy nearly fell off the desk.
Aww.
Yeah, Lucy started
hope
it, so I have
that-
no sympathy.
I hope they settle their differences.
Right, curl back up in my arms. Anyway, okay, so as you tap on the little rod of amber and talk, you feel it kind of thrum with druidic magic. It's very, very slight and barely detectable.
Ah, getting an echo in there. That's something.
Yeah, do you
Sure
want
hope I did reabsorb him.
Wait, him? Wait, what did
Oh,
you do?
Oh, you know, when I fell the other day,
Yeah?
Yeah.
Timmy got a bit hurt and,
Oh shit, is he okay? Ez
See,
looks
that's-
genuinely concerned.
I'm not sure. She kind of wanted to go back in here to heal up, I guess. So I let him, and now he's asleep. Maybe.
I mean,
You have to forgive me. This is not something they teach at the Druidic College.
You mean the fact that this piece of amber is a little bit different in color is due to his, I don't know, essence?
alcoholism?
I'd assume it's because, he was covered in, purple dye from the, the alcohol.
Yeah, this is the most booze I've had in me since the Vistani camp.
But you're well, Elder.
Oh yeah, morning, Haraga. I'm quite well. I'm just
It's good that you're well.
I'm more
You-
decorative than usual.
You are always wise and always right.
That is not true, but thank you.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, Haraga is looks away when she says that, looks down.
Well, now that we are all up and about, I assume we are getting ready to head out.
Yes.
Ready when you are.
Has everybody eaten?
I would say during this
Yeah.
conversation, you've all been eating a portion of rations.
Yeah, Haraga was sitting over with her rations, poking at him. She managed to nibble it all down, looks kind of not happy about it.
Anyone
Now, has everyone been to the bathroom? Have you made sure to wash your hands? There's going to be no stops.
Is it much
Anyone?
further, Papa, as?
with a passive perception over 15. Can you sign off?
Elaine has a passive.
19. No, 19.
Well, we know you can see
11.
everything, Winston.
11.
Pardon?
We know you see
16
everything.
for Ezdilu.
Anyone who has a passive perception of over 15 notices this.
Oh. Hello there.
There's been a raven sitting on the branch for quite some time, watching the party.
Elaine, you want to deal with this?
I probably should. Morning.
The raven flutters down to a branch that's closer to your head level, but still kind of out of reach. And it cocks its head at you.
Is everything okay?
Is it harking?
The raven is not harking. Be quiet, you. The raven opens its beak. Just opens it up. And you hear,
Harking.
no! No harking! Quiet, peanut gallery.
Why are we here? Why do we hear someone else speak? Why do we hear Teddy?
Guys,
Oh, God.
guys.
Anyway.
Haraga harked for everyone earlier.
No, it's the voice of the mist.
She hugged for our sins.
So, the raven just opens its beak wide, and you hear, "Well, this is a spell I haven't used in a long time. We've made contact with the Vampire Hunters Guild again. I thought they had been destroyed, but their caretaker, Willow, maintains that you are her close personal allies, so I shall take that on gratuity that she seems on the level. Would you like to confirm that this is true before I entrust our services to them?"
Yes, very much. Elaine just nods. Yes, Willow's a very close friend of ours.
This
Do we
whole time,
recognise
the raven
this
has
voice
just
as
been
Mordenkainen?
sitting there with its beak open. And once the message...
It's our friend, the nutty wizard.
Once the voice goes away, the raven closes its beak and blinks and watches you expectantly.
Tell Mordekainen that yes.
It wasn't Mordenkainen's voice.
I thought it was Devane's.
It was
So-
Devane's. Elaine, roll me a quick Arcana check. AC could do this too if your attention has been brought to the bird.
Did we hear that? Did we hear all that too?
Oh yeah, he's what heard it.
And Haraga,
Still coming.
Haraga gets excited and goes, "I understand! I understand!"
Elaine and
Haraga.
Isaac,
Sure did.
you would recognize this as the spell Animal Messenger. Essentially, the master of the Wizard of Wines used this bird as a recording box answering machine and is now waiting for your response.
Please speak after the beep.
Okay, Elaine responds in common. Yes, Devane. Willow is a close friend of ours, yes.
Alright, the raven clicks its beak and flies off. It circles the camp once and then starts flying towards the west, seeming to make a beeline towards the Wizard of Wines.
Huh.
It's peaceful.
This is strange, but I understand the bird. Do we go now, Leader Ez?
Yes, I believe so. Unless there's anything else we need.
No, I
No.
think we should get moving. Any
Everyone
other
else has-
conversations we can have on the road.
Yes.
We
Everyone's-
should
Yeah.
probably put on the warm clothes
Mhm.
if we haven't already.
That is a good idea.
Getting a little bit chilly around here.
I feel fine.
I mean, he holds out a scarf to Zabornik.
Thank you, dearie.
Does anyone need my coat? I feel okay.
You should probably actually maybe keep that on for a little while. Just it won't last.
Araga, just keep it open now. But keep it on.
Oh, actually, having said that, yeah, it isn't just a sensation. Haraga will actually ignore the effects of extreme cold.
There we are.
Yeah, so we have a spare coat for an hour.
Alright, so you start to begin your trek up the mountain.
Here, Samara, I'll wear my Letterman's tunic.
As you left camp, the wind sort of picked up, and it's starting to carry down flakes of snow. They're large, fat, heavy, drifting slowly down.
What is that?
Snow, Haraga.
You mean you've never seen snow before?
Haraga gestured like he's pointing to the white stuff coming down.
She lived in the valley, remember?
Oh, actually, I'm just thinking. Yeah, no, there is snow. I think there is snow in Show, and she's been in Baldur's Gate for about 3 years. So yeah, she wouldn't know what snow is at this point. She's like, so yeah, a little retcon there. She's like, oh yeah, no, I know it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah. Is it safe?
Yeah, but you don't want to. It's very easy to get lost in it.
Yeah.
It's not very solid.
It's a very important
Yeah.
question.
Yes.
Did you put on shoes, or are you still barefoot?
Oh, fuck me. she would have started and then kind of realised, yeah, this is going to be a problem. And so for the first time
Elaine,
ever...
you said Elaine hands her a spare pair of his.
Thank you. For the first time ever, monumentous moment, Ez is wearing shoes.
Nice.
She doesn't look happy.
Oh.
Through
Reminds
the
me of
wrong
her-
size.
It reminds you of what?
Reminds me of winter back home.
Do you do anything with it?
Well, there's a few things you can do, but don't think we've really got time for that now, Haraga.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think any of us wants to do any writing.
Irina
It is weird.
bends down slightly. Let's see if she can pull this off.
Arena.
19 stealth. So only Reister would notice her do this. She kind of ducks down momentarily, and you see her just kind of quickly wadding up a bit of snow. And she tosses it gently towards, let's see, who's she going to throw it at? Apparently under the desk.
She throws it under the desk and magically appeared midair.
Let's try that again. Okay. Let's first see if she can do it. What's her dex modifier? 2.
I mean, she would be able to throw it. The question is if she did.
Okay. As you're discussing what snow is to Haraga, a snowball sails between your horns and splats against the rocks beside you.
Ah!
Ez just tilts her head to the side and looks over her shoulder at Irina. Really?
She's pointing at Elaine. Hang on, let me roll deception.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, if we have time, if we
Roll
have
insight.
to camp somewhere.
Beats it. Yeah, she's lying.
I mean, if we
Yeah.
have to make camp somewhere, we might as well build a snowman.
But it doesn't.
Wait,
What, Reister?
a snow person.
What?
It's a game for children, Haraga. It's quite fun.
Oh.
Nice. Do you want to build a snowman?
Oh, no.
Doesn't have to be a snowman.
No.
I feel annoyed.
But I don't know why.
So then, as
Well,
you are
it's
continuing...
just a frozen joke.
Oh, God, the puns.
Well, come on into the unknown.
Elaine, just let it go.
Oh, I'm gonna punch you for that one.
Leader Ez, but it's safe, right? We're safe.
DeCork, an
Yeah.
icicle falls from an overhang and hits you in the shoulder. Take 4 points of damage.
Really? You're doing
Oh,
that?
yeah.
I'm joking. No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No, I would
Yes.
say that Haraga, briefly explains to Haraga, that snow is basically, just think of it as like, soft, wet sand. So you can build with it, but it is not very stable to walk on in some places. So be careful.
Yes, careful.
Good girl.
It's strange.
so nobody else noticed that I accidentally rolled Irina's rolls with the wrong character. Oh well.
Some got in my mouth. Some got in my mouth.
All I would say is,
It's okay.
considering Jurnis rolling badly on that deception.
Hmm.
Yeah. Just got a +6 to deception. Anyway. So, as Haraga is slowly panicking about snow getting in her mouth, going, do the little hand flaily thing. Little thing
Haraga,
which,
it's
like,
perfect.
she's found her
It's water. Just very cold water falling down.
It's just water?
Yes,
Yes.
it's like rain, just colder.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I'm strong. Yes.
Okay, so you continue on. The weather, as you climb higher and higher and higher, is starting to get very cold. Luckily, you've all put on cold weather gear, so you don't have to make constitution saves yet. However, it has been snowing consistently throughout the morning, and it's getting to the point now where the path is starting to fill up. It's hard to see what's under the snow, so you are having to be careful. I would like everyone to make me dexterity checks.
Okay. Not saving those checks.
Mm-hmm.
So to say,
Oh my god!
And of course I take a saving throw. God damn it.
I suspect we should probably start putting on a bit of mountaineering ideas.
Well,
Okay.
that's...
So, Ez is fine, Elaine is fine, Samara is fine, Icy's fine, Reister's fine. I probably should do one for Arena as well.
That might be a good idea.
Arena's fine. Haraga, however, you step on this thin crusting of ice and it gives way. It only falls a few inches, but it's enough to make you panic, slip, and fall face first into a large drift of snow at the side of the path. It is cold.
Well, has the hour passed?
I would say... how many hexes have you moved? 5, 10. I would say it would be wearing off around this time, yes.
So,
Yeah.
Ez is going to try and reach in and pull her out. Would that be a strength?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rice is actually going to help.
Yeah, as Reister reaches down to help, Ez has already just pulled the unhappy barbarian out of the snow.
Are you alright? Do you want another top-up of that thing, or are you good as you are for now?
What thing?
So Elaine's taken out his rope and he's tying it around himself.
Smart idea, Elaine.
The code.
That might actually be
As
a good
very
idea,
briefly
yes.
explains.
Yes, I like to be warm.
Okay, not a problem.
You're a great leader.
Yeah, as quote-unquote pats on the shoulder and the cold goes away for a bit. That's another 2 psionic points earned.
Yeah. Haraga calms down and says, looks down and says, I don't know how I feel about snow.
A little
There
bit of it
were
is
things to
fun,
walk
too much of it is a nightmare. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah. Elaine's got the right idea, though. With the rope.
Yes, we probably need more than one length, though.
Yeah, I have a length too.
I
As
still have a bit of...
smirks to herself, I've got a length, but I don't know if I can find any rope. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Arena just face palms.
Yeah, if necessary, I also got a little bit of rope left.
Alright, between the 3 of us with actual rope, glares at us, we could probably get ourselves all tethered together.
Yeah.
Alright, so you pause, take a small break, and does everybody accept being tied together?
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
Ez is down for it.
Yeah, Haraga's fine.
Yep, that's fine.
So who hands the rope to Samara?
Do we go with... Do we put them next to each other, Haraga and Samara?
Haraga's standing next to Ez.
I think think the general turn of order would be something like, Ez, then followed by Haraga, and then whether Samara wants to be next or it's Elaine and Irina next.
I think Samara goes behind Haraga, and then yeah,
Mhm.
Elaine just notices this look on Samara's face of slight shame. But he doesn't say anything.
Okay. So,
There's worse fates than being chained to being bound together.
you have now reached the top of the mountains, or at least this pass on the path. As high as the path will go, arcing above you on the south and north side are large cliffs that lean over the path. At several points during the path, it seems to cut off the daylight, leaving you in deep shadow. Let me see. First off,
And the hum of an AC.
yep. Reister,
Yes.
Ez, and Elaine.
Yeah.
Yep.
As you're switching focus between your feet and the path ahead to avoid slipping again, you notice a dark shape moving through the sky above the party.
No, that's not good.
Do you hide or stand your ground?
I'd probably say Elaine, in case of people to duck to the side and hide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody, roll stealth.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, fuck.
My
Lane, E, support and a heck. We all draw its attention.
Oh no.
It's like, hey, are we being stealthy now? What?
Alright.
Sorry, I can't hear you over this wind.
Perception check.
I don't know how to stealth. I am a turtle, I just get in my shell.
As yous all crouch down, by the time yous have managed to throw yourselves to the side and hopefully hide yourselves, the dark shape has passed overhead. Lane and Reister and as yous are looking up trying to see what the thing was, the rest of the party mildly confused. Suddenly, yous hear a deep boom, 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 as the air around
Shit,
picks up
avalanche.
as you start to hear heavy wing beats.
Shit.
I think we found our giant bird.
At least we're eating tonight.
Well, unless we're eaten.
Same
Positive
difference.
mental attitude.
The
As has
path
Mercy out.
user in is suddenly plunged in shadow, as landing upon the cliff top here, over 100 feet above your head, is a monstrous bird. And when I say monstrous, I mean this thing has a wingspan of over 150 feet.
I'm sorry, could you say that in European, please?
This bird is real big, yo.
Actually, why aren't you using the metric system? You're in Ireland.
Yeah, but the module isn't.
Yeah, it
The
really is.
module's
Okay,
in
so
Barovia.
we all see this, I assume.
Hang on, let me actually double check and see if that's the right span. Wingspan. Okay.
Next you're telling me that giant octopus is also real.
Elaine
Incidentally,
Elaine's going to very quickly burn a divine scent.
Okay, let's see. Ah, here we are. The wingspan is 150 feet, which is just over 40 meters.
Oh, great, we're dealing with Rodan.
Pretty much. The size of this monster is gargantuan.
Okay, like I say, Elaine's going to burn a divine sense to see if you can get some sort of measure bead on it.
And do we all see this?
Yeah, it's
I think it's
giant.
a little bit hard to miss.
This thing is about 4 stories high.
Haraga
And
looks
I don't have any
terrified.
stories.
Haraga looks terrified.
this looks a little panicked too, in all fairness.
This is a bird that is the size of a small apartment complex. This thing is
Yeah.
gigantic.
Like I say, Elaine's burning a divine sense to try and
Alright.
get some kind of estimation.
You sense no overwhelming sense of good or evil from this creature.
Could have told you that it's neutral.
Well, at least now we know for certain.
Rock dips its head and turns it to the side to look down into the valley.
Nobody move.
Haraga's staring slack-jawed at the thing like, what the god?
So Bonnick is already in her shell.
As you watch, it takes a step down the cliffside, moving, a footstep spanning nearly 30 feet as it comes down 2 steps and stops and looks into the valley again. It spreads its wings for balance and leans its head down, barely 60 feet above your heads. You can feel the warm rush of its breath as it exhales and takes what you assume is a large sniff.
Oh shit.
It lowers its head slightly further. It's now 10 feet above you. The beak could swallow any one of you whole. As it clicks, almost loud as a thunderclap, next to you in this small valley.
Elaine's kind of got his hand outstretched to the others, trying to tell him, don't move.
Trying to talk to the thing.
That's...
After a
I
moment,
would.
you are all startled as its head is suddenly lifted upwards as the bird stands up again. It stretches its wings out and beats them once, twice, 3 times. It starts to take off.
3 times a birdie.
That's
Again
exactly what I was
and again.
thinking.
It starts to fly up. It can't reach you in the narrow valley. So it gives up, looks for easier prey. However, the weight of the creature and the force of the wind pushing down has sent a cascade of stones and snow pouring down into the valley. I would like
Fucking avalanche.
everybody to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Ugh.
He pulled Taraga. I'm going with disadvantage as as Ryster pulled. It's not Haraga, but Zabornik.
Okay.
I think it's a born. I could be fine in her shell.
I mean, she's buried. Potentially.
Yeah, we can take her out.
We've found her with the shell before.
Oh no, Irina!
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So,
God damn it.
As soon as the rock moves away and you start to see what is happening as it takes off, the party gets up and starts to go. Or at least get ready to dodge around rocks. Bryster manages to nimbly leap and dodge and duck and dive. Haraga, you're used to landslides and sea. You saw this coming and you'd gotten ready. You managed to get yourself dodging around rocks. Ez, with the help of your wings, you managed to get up above them. Elaine, you managed to dive behind some boulders to protect yourself.
What's going on with Samara? Because Haraga's trying to be mindful of her too.
She manages to dodge around as well. She's staying close to you. Well, she has to, she's tethered to you. I say, you managed to get pulled into cover as well. However, Irina doesn't make it in time. Just let me,
Uh-oh.
No big deal.
It's not the rock.
Oh no!
I wonder
Oh,
if we can
no,
smell what the
Ed.
rock is cooking.
That's not the rock that Ez is talking about. It's no.
okay.
Yeah.
Can't stop. Can't stop.
Stop
Can't
the
stop
rock.
the rock.
Can't stop the rocket.
As you watch, Irina is basically sprinting to the shelter that Elaine and Izzy have ducked into. But just before she manages to get back there, a gigantic boulder slams into her side and throws her off the path and into another pile of boulders. The force of the movement tugs on those on the rope closest to her as you are pulled out of cover. Luckily, the landslide has eased, so you just get pinged by a couple of pebbles. However, as things start to settle, the rope ends under a pile of rocks, boulders, and snow. And some of the snow is starting to change colour to a deep.
I think just Strahd starts digging through.
Yeah, I
Percentage
see.
said yellow. Percentage
Ice
said yellow.
immediately helps.
Everyone
Yeah,
who's doing that, roll
Everybody,
strength.
everybody's
what?
digging.
Strength.
So my question, because Ez was flying, was she actually tied to them as well?
If you were tied, yeah, you would have been pulled down to the ground as Irina got smooshed.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, that's going to be a strength.
So you couldn't fly very high, you could only really fly up about 15 feet or so without getting someone else tangled.
Yeah. In fact, fuck it, Ez is absolutely going to transform, and she's in a lichen form, and she is ripping the fuck out of those rocks.
Okay. Use dig and pull, sending rocks flying further on down the path, pushing snow aside. Crimson red snow is being scattered as Ez is just digging in, pulling rocks away. Elaine is pulling large slabs back, and eventually you manage to uncover the prone and bleeding form of Irina.
Elaine very quickly presses his hand onto her chest, onto her stomach, and just uses spare.
I'm not that bad. Oh god, I can feel it.
Like keeps his hand there and basically dumps his full allowance of healing touch into her 35 points.
Okay. Nearly back at full health.
Ez slowly picks her up while in the hybrid form. Are you alright?
Ez,
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to roll me a D100.
Sure.
Roll me a D6.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm shivering with anticipation.
Hmm.
Irina's right arm is crushed.
Oh, shit.
It's none of ours.
Oh, hello. Hi, Chief. It was basically pinned between two massive boulders, and it is
Yeah.
crushed. That is where the majority of the red snow has come from.
Right.
Her armor is distorted and bent.
Right. Would it basically cause more damage if Ezra was to rip the armor off and try and splint it, or is the armor basically holding it together?
You honestly can't tell with the armor.
Hmm. Shit.
Oh,
Irene,
that looks bad.
Yeah.
Hearken,
No.
hearken. No one is useless. No one is useless.
Okay. Elaine, with that medicine check, what are you actually trying to do? Are you trying to
determine-
assist, or are you trying to determine?
I'm trying to determine.
Okay. Irina's armor is, let me just actually double check what type of armor she's wearing.
Splint.
She's wearing heavy splint mail. It is still somewhat flexible with heavy plates of reinforced adamantine armor, but it is still kind of flexible. Knowing how this armor works, you know where to look. As you can see that there are points in this armor that is bent where it is not supposed to bend.
Oh, that's not good.
And it is also somewhat flat.
That is definitely not good.
What do you mean?
I mean, we should probably get her back to Willow.
We're not paying attention.
I think at this point that probably would be the better idea than to go forward.
I'll be alright. Just... I'll be alright.
That arm doesn't look alright.
Is not. We're taking you back.
We don't have time for this.
Look,
Seems like
There's also Zabarnak. Zabarnak, I know you don't like taking forms that don't have carapaces, but it might be easier if we were to fly back to Willow.
You can fly, Samara can fly. I think it might be a good idea for us to get out of here, be aware of the big fucking bird. Get her to Willow.
Let me try something. May as well if you're gonna lose today.
So, Zabonicas holds aloft her staff, then points it at Irina and casts Polymorph on her,
Oh?
and turns her, appropriately enough, into a bird.
Okay.
broken wing.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
That's actually a question. Let me just double check. You know what? No, because she's taking on a new form entirely, she would be intact. What kind of bird are you turning her into?
I want to say, yeah, osprey. Something that gives her some mobility, just in case.
Okay, so you practically turn her into a falcon.
Yes.
No, a falcon with a loop of rope around it on the ground.
I think we can take the rope off, but she should be fine for a little while.
Yeah, but still. How long does it last? About an hour or something?
That's true.
Now, did you turn her into a standard one or a giant one?
Standard.
Okay. We'll use the hawk stats.
So here's the question. Do we try and keep going, or do we head straight back, or do only a few of us go back?
I mean, this looks worse than Elaine's leg did.
It's true. Shit. Okay, right, here's the deal. We're going to head back to the guild hall. We're going to fly. We're probably going to have to deal with a rock. And when we come back here, I think this time we're going to take the river path.
You remember that the bridge is apparently very,
Yes.
very high above.
I'm
So
saying
you
we
would have
take
to
the
fly
river
up there.
path. Yes, exactly. We go down to the river path and then we fly up from there, skipping this location. We're not going through here again. Agreed?
Agreed.
Go. So yeah, now we have to fly back to old base camp. Probably trying to keep low through here and avoiding the rock because we can't stop it.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
We can always try distracting it with a little bow and arrow. It
Sure,
might be
I
a
say
little.
do that.
It might be a little shocking to the bird, and you know what happens when you're shocked in mid-flight, don't you?
Icewind has fire. Strong fire.
You lose altitude.
Leader Ez?
I think that both of you are correct. Madam Swiftwings, and Reister, if one of us, I don't know if I can really carry you to the point where you're able to fire, but Zabonak, are you able to transform yourself, or would that ruin what you have done with Irina?
I'm afraid I can't keep the spell up while I change frame.
Shit.
If you're what level druid are you? You're 10, right?
10.
You are full druid. You should be able to maintain concentration in your wild shape by now, are you not?
I thought it came at a later level, but let me recheck.
Yeah, I think it might be level 10 or 9.
Never played a druid myself. Unfortunately, I have no idea.
I played my first druid last Monday, so there you go.
And she was glorious.
Nope.
Glorious.
Beast spells start at 18th level.
Ah. Boom.
Damn.
Oh, it's cute.
So
Right, Samari, it looks like me and you are the only ones who can fly aside from Irina. Unless you actually turn Irina into like a giant eagle, or is that a one and done for you as the Onic?
I guess I could use another spell if we don't miss it later on.
I think at this point the day is ruined.
Okay, then. As the first thing, Zabonic releases the polymorph from Marina. What shape does that leave her in? Well, after she puts her in floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You mean it just got
Rather
settled in your
poor.
arm and you just pick her up and put her back on the ground. Arena Burb looks incensed, but as you drop the spell, she's back in her human form. Like, well, that was interesting.
Is she still hurt though?
Very much so.
Oh shit. Okay, okay.
I was so hoping because sometimes enemies go back to full health after you do that.
You go back to the shape you're in, apparently.
Alright.
Okay, so we're going to try and figure out a way of getting back to the guild hall. Where you will be staying for a while, my dear.
we can always try sledding down.
In all fairness, what's closer from here? Would it be quicker for us to actually go to
Yeah, it would be.
the Wizard of Ice?
That's if we have to fly, it might be closer. Yeah.
Actually, how do you feel about that?
Roll me a quick intelligence check, there is.
Yes, I would
Actually,
love-
make it survival.
I was going to say we do need with those magic to sort the arm out. So.
Would I be
Wouldn't you-
okay doing that with advantage, considering the feat?
You
I
know
have
what?
to-
Sure.
Ah, okay. You're so I appreciate that.
I'm very nice, aren't I? Okay.
You are. You're a very kind DM.
The rock was looking for food. Flying directly to the guild hall would put you probably in the direct line of sight of this giant bird that is looking for a meal. However,
Now, what
most of the
assumed
pass
perched?
along the way you came, the whole way along here until this curve was in deep valleys, so you could fly along that valley and then come out and keep low over the woods and to the Wizard of Wines.
So passing that information to the group. So I think the Wizard of Vines is the best course of action. Is anyone able to send a message to them?
I don't know. Zabornik might have animal messengers.
Yeah, I don't have it active for today, I'm afraid. I have to prepare those spells in the morning and then I have to sleep over them. It's the whole thing.
Not a problem, not a problem.
Okay, Rice is looking around for any animal that might be in the vicinity.
Roll perception.
Alright.
With an 11, you don't see much. You see a small vole disappear into this snow, but that's about it.
Volts don't make the greatest of messengers, even if you can get them to help. If any of you sees an animal that could make it to the Wizard of Wines, let me know. Or Elaine, I think you picked up what my idea is, haven't you, Elaine?
Yes, but I don't think I can see any birds around here.
It doesn't have to be a bird. It can be any animal, as long as it knows how to get to the Wizard of Wines.
In all fairness, we're going to be moving quick enough to where we'd probably outpace the bird or the creature regardless.
I want to go.
We're going. Don't worry, we're going. So Samara, you're able to transform Irene. Right, so Zabornik or Irina, who is going to transform into a big thing and carry us?
Look, we can always fly if we manage to get to that place down there near the woods. You can just pick us up, pick us up, and basically just plop those of us who can still walk and are fully healthy. Plop us down on the path, and we can make our way through the vineyard.
Besides, if we transform Irina first, her injury is not going to hold any of us back.
What do you think, Irina?
I liked not being injured.
It's pretty good, isn't it? Ez just pats her on the other shoulder with a weak smile.
Jurnis just has
try out flying.
this pretty severe grimace on her face.
Rysta is going to come up and again use heroism on Irina this time.
How do we fight a thing like that?
I
We
don't
don't
think
be
we can.
avoided.
That's the thing, Karaga. Some predators are bigger than you, and you just have to avoid them.
Yeah.
Technically, Irina now gets
She greatly
additional.
appreciates the sentiment. Unfortunately, it's not going to do much to help.
Well, it should help her grimace through the pain.
For 60 seconds.
Yeah, but still. I mean, technically she's immune to being frightened, but I would actually say if she had to do one of her constitution saves, she might have to do them in that period of time with a little bit of an advantage.
I'm just saying, I picture Irina being all like, I'm not scared.
Didn't say you were.
Irina,
Yes.
is there any chance that your thing that you have with S helped you pick up some pointers on how to fly?
Well, when you made me that small thing, I instinctively knew how to fly.
Well, you're gonna need it a whole lot more in a moment.
And I think this is where Zabona kind of cuts this discussion short by turning her into a giant eagle.
Okay. So, very quickly, anyone who's been standing close to her gets kind of nudged away as this now gigantic bird is standing before you. She stretches out her wings, and you can see her kind of like giving the right wing a bit of an experimental flap, and seems content with it.
You're big and good, Harkin.
She can't understand you right now.
I think she can.
Let's
whisper something.
go, please. Please, let's go.
What will you do in there, Elaine?
Just gonna whisper you something. 1 second.
Sure.
Let's not lose too much time.
Yeah, Elder is right. Time is bad now. We go.
Let me have a look at the spell first.
Well, it's not like she wanted to avoid the effect.
Okay. Da, 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 da. You know what? I would say sure, you can.
Okay, Elaine just starts concentrating, and he casts. 1 second. Find Steed, and summons Corbo as a giant raven.
Oh, honey. Chose me this time to look like this.
Corbeau does not look comfortable, but we'll do as you say.
Sorry, Corbo, just we're kind of in a bit of a situation.
Oh, honey.
Alright,
Okay.
so
Why do I have to look like a bird? You know black isn't my color.
Go on a black horse.
Well,
it's true.
yeah, but as a horse, it's shiny, and right now, look, in this weather, my feathers look terrible.
Plus, she's from the Shadow Fae, so.
Oh, come on. You know I like a good complaining.
Yeah, like kind of like kind of gets on Corbo's back and just looks to see who else can get on, basically.
I think Haraga wants to go on Samara's back.
Yeah, Samara's already turned into a giant eagle.
Haraga glares at Reister and then moves over to Samara and like leans against her, looking very shaken up. She looks really shaken up.
Samara kind of nuzzles Haraga's shoulder, like, come on, get on.
And she climbs on, and she's like shaken. She's like looking down, like, I'm shutting everything out until we're gone, until we move.
Yeah, Lane kind of indicates for either Icy or Rez to climb on.
It flaps her own wings.
Yeah.
As he gets on.
Right, hold on tight, I've never ridden a flying mount before.
Well, that leaves me walking, apparently.
Samara just glares at you, indicates for you to get on as well.
Alright.
Oh, Reister, we both be quiet while we fly.
As you wish.
She's like hugging onto Samara, looking kind of more pale and sickly and upset than she did when earlier in the day.
There. And just quickly get the stats of the giant eagle. Just in case. Alright, So, you start to fly. I would like Samara to roll a stealth check as Giant Eagle.
Right, Giant Eagle. I don't have Giant Eagle stats.
I do. It is +3, so roll a d20 +3.
D20 plus.
Do the same for Corbeau as well.
Same with Corbeau.
Alright.
Yeah, Corbeau's not really stealthy despite being a giant raven in snow.
Pretty much. Okay. So, let's do something real quick for this now. Alright. You start to fly. After a wobbly start, Arena seems to take to it like a bird to air as she soars off ahead of you, seemingly quite happy with their new form. Samara follows, Elaine bringing up the rear. As you're flying, with Ez alongside as well, I forgot Ez. You're keeping low to the ground as possible in this pass.
Ow.
Reister, you get a flurry of snow to the face. It hurts your eye. You have to focus all your attention on holding on to Samara, but unfortunately you pluck a few feathers. Samara's not going to be happy with that.
It just hit a crack.
As you are flying down the pass, as you get to around here, you suddenly find yourselves in the darkness of a shadow.
Oh, great.
You all
Good
look
here.
up. You see the shadow, the silhouette of the rock against the sky. Fortunately,
Dwayne Johnson?
Fortunately, its sights appear to be somewhere else as it flies northward towards the peak of the mountain. And you are able to slip by unnoticed. It rolled a 2. You make it to the edge of the pass. Where do you go?
Ez would personally direct them to, as close to the tree line as possible, to be heading in this direction.
Okay. You start to head down, diving down across the woods. You've been flying for quite some time. By the time you finally reach the edge of the fields, Zabornik, roll me a quick intelligence check.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Intelligence.
2 IDs.
With advantage, because you're a druid and you're familiar with the spell, it's nearly been an hour, and you are currently 60 feet in the air.
Irina, you may wanna get to the ground before you get to the ground very fast.
Land!
Land! Alright, you shout that out, and the rest of the party sees Irina suddenly start dipping down and flying towards the edge of the fields. Landing. Let's see how she does with her landings. She's fine. She stumbles a little bit, manages to recover. And as you follow down and there's landing near her, the eagle disappears, and Irina is now sitting, looking a little dejected. She's holding her arm, grimacing again, but she seems to be okay.
Samara lands next to her, and Corbeau lands next to her as well.
I don't like that place.
Can I be a pretty horse now?
That was fun.
No, seriously, how was it?
It was actually rather fun, but... Now I have a broken arm again.
Not to worry, we're going to get that taken care of. And they're gonna basically try and leg it to the
Get
field.
you, Harkin?
Yes, Haraga.
Yeah, Haraga moves to try to carry Harkin. She's being really careful.
I appreciate that, Haraga, but I think that might be a little bit harder to keep my
Oh, I misheard. I thought Haraga said yeah. I thought Harkin said yes, so disregard.
Oh, no, that was the DM going yes to see what you wanted.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's
And
all right.
she says, okay.
So Rita kind of like grunts and wheezes as she finds a way to gently tuck her arm in a way that it's not as sore. She's like kind of cradling it as you start walking through the fields. Where's Specky? There's Specky. As you're heading through the fields, you notice a familiar face is now running towards you, loping through the vines. You see the vulpine form of, or the lichen form of, Stump.
He's no longer stumped.
He skids to a halt in front of the group, and you can see him kind of torn between being very excited of seeing the group and looking to the sky.
David, go and tell the Avengers we need help.
Okay.
Es very slowly turns around and looks behind her to the direction that he's looking in.
Do you want to roll an insight?
Yeah.
Sure.
And I want to roll an insight too, if possible, because Haraga's following Ez's gaze.
So
Sure.
it's actually Reister.
Okay. Stump was looking to see where the giant ass birds went.
Okay.
Well, Cobbo's kind of still stood there, so...
He's like staring at the giant ravens, like, what?
That was us a little bit of transport to get here quicker.
He nods, turns, and just sprints off through the vines. And as you begin to approach...
So, Elaine takes the opportunity to dismiss Corbo for the time being, apologising for... Actually, yeah, he'll keep Corbo out and apologise for having to keep his bird form just a little while longer.
Alright, honey, but you better make this up to me with some tasty carrots later.
I'll try to.
Okay.
See what I can get hold of.
Nay, lass. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
This session has started wonderfully.
Oh yes, it has.
You make your way through the fields and come up to the back of the Wizard of Wines. You can see waiting is David, back in his human form, Adrian, and Darvin. Well, Dargoose is kind of hanging around by the stable, looking a little unsure.
Leader Ez?
Yes, my dear.
Can Haraga see all of these people?
I would say yeah.
Haraga gestures over to Dargus and says, I need to tell him something.
If you don't mind me asking, remember, the boy is a little fragile.
Yeah. Sometimes I say things to scare people, and I need, from last time, she says, I say to him to forget all that. So he's not scared.
Okay. Okay.
It's wrong to do that. It's wrong to scare people like that. It's
That
bad.
is true.
Reister looks up.
You want to apologize to him? That's actually pretty sweet, Haraga. Are Sorry, just gives you
No,
a
I'm
look
here
of
to
really.
help you. I'm here to help you, Harkin, but that's something else I want to do. But I make sure it's okay with Leader Ed.
Absolutely, my dear. Go ahead.
Okay.
And just going to point out at this point, Samara's got her mask and hood back up.
Okay.
And Devane is not. She usually only has her mask and hood up around Devane if there's been trouble.
Okay.
Haraga heads forward and says, walks up and looks at Devane and says, Harkin is hurt.
Who's Harkin?
Elaine kind of steps forward at this point, because he kind of indicates towards Irina, just goes, Harkin, our friend who you met previously. He's basically, basically trying to indicate that it's Irina, but not to say the name.
I see. That strange one. Very well. What happened? David says you landed in the eastern vineyard with a giant bird and several giant... What was it, hawks? David kind of goes... "Oh."
We went up the pass where the rock is.
I
It was
wonder my
unfortunately
poor raven
advanced.
came back cold.
Unfortunately, it was a rock slide and Harkin's arm was very badly injured.
No pun intended, but yes, the rock did actually cause a rock slide. You know, it's the irony of it is ha ha ha. But yeah, we just need a bit of help.
Alright, I'll do what I can. Jittery is just moving very slowly, still cradling her arm.
Incidentally, have you heard any weird activity around Yester Hill?
Oh, yes. Well, we've been keeping an eye on it. It seems the druids are trying to rebuild their little cult, but there's only about 3 or 4 of them. Easily dealt with.
I'm curious, Devane. The cairns there. Is there something buried there?
Well, yes, of course. It's a graveyard. The peoples who were here before... he motions his hand generally in the direction of the mess. An ancient burial mound.
I see. Would there be anything there that could be of use to us?
Probably not, no.
Are you suggesting grave robbery?
More... I was thinking more... information.
Well, quite frankly, if you do disturb that graveyard, you'll have to deal with the savage people who live in the mountains. They're very protective of those graveyards. Berserkers, they call themselves.
The what? What? I don't remember any of this.
Berserkers? Sure you do. You helped us run a few off.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, you...
Sorry, Blake Houghton.
It's fine.
You're telling me you know a guy named Jeremiah?
To be fair, you had been drinking at the time.
I mean, I did a lot of that, let's be fair.
Yes, that is true. But yes, you remember the tribes who live in the mountains. That was their ancestral graveyard. The druids took it over.
I see. So... Until we cleared out the druids, would that ingratiate us with them? Would they be open to talking?
Perhaps. It depends on how amicable their current leader is. Honestly, we have no dealings with them.
I see. It's worth thinking about.
Perhaps. Now then, come. Don't leave your wounded friend out here. Come on, girl.
Elaine just...
Adrian, help her inside.
Elaine was just about to go to help her, but Adrian's already got there, and it's...
You mean a drain?
Yeah, I will say that for the sake of it, Ez is going to be with Arena as well. So.
Yeah, he kind of thinks, yeah, too many cooks.
Mm-hmm.
You just stop moving and I'll drag you. He takes her inside, and they go up to the kitchen on the upper floor. Meantime, Devane watches them go for a minute, and once they go around the corner, he turns back to look at Elaine. So then, I suppose this makes these things easier doing face to face, but we received a squirrel. Carrying a message from someone who named herself Willow Skitterstep, claiming to be a member of the Vampire Hunters Guild we had once aligned ourselves with.
Yes, she's one of the. She was a cleric. Well, she's a cleric, I should say.
To be truly honest, I have to say I was very skeptical. I believed that order to have been wiped out long ago.
And from what we can tell, it was Willow's the only survivor.
And why has she been hiding away?
She is not really suited for combat.
Alright. Well then. And you believe she is trustworthy?
I think kind of pats
So far
his
she
leg.
has proven.
She's proven extremely trustworthy so far.
Kind of glances down to your leg and looks up to you. Are you trying to call me to heel, boy?
No, I'm trying to say that I broke my leg, she healed it.
Oh. Well, alright then.
Also, Harkin
What?
died and was brought back by Willow.
We broke her leg and she healed it.
We need everyone to know that. Very good.
That is rather interesting. A powerful ally. And, how would she react to our particular talents?
Elaine takes a moment to think and just goes, I think she's fine with me, so...
Who has the sending stone? It would make things easier if they talk directly.
Ez has a sending stone at this point.
I think I'm going to grab the sending stone, and then you can talk directly with her.
We should probably go inside while we do this.
Yes.
Very well. David, keep an eye. I have a bad feeling about this. David kind of walks over and gives Elaine just this really big grin and a little thumbs up.
Elaine returns a thumbs up.
He leans over and kind of beckons you forward, almost conspiratorially.
Okay, Elaine leans in.
He holds out his little hand, and for the briefest moment, you see his face just kind of scrunch up in concentration. If he had a tongue, you feel like it would be poking out of the side of his mouth. And after a little moment, you see just the tiniest hint of a sacred flame start to form in his palm for a briefest moment, and then it flickers out. And then he looks to you with the biggest I did it grin.
Elaine smiles and pats him on the shoulder. Very proud of you, David.
He just sits there with this big proud grin. David! Dwayne shouts and he goes, starts walking off. Alright, so while this has been going on, Haraga, what have you been doing?
Well, one thing I was having done was I did want Haraga to show the Salune symbol to David, like, me too now.
David,
As she was passing by. Nothing more than just like a quick moment
grinned.
for David. Then she walks over very solemnly, tries to approach the Dargus.
As you approach him, he kind of goes a little bit on the back foot where he backs away from you but doesn't run. You can tell he looks pretty nervous with you approaching him.
Yeah. Haraga, like, puts her posture in a slightly, she's trying to project shame. And she kind of raises a hand and shakes her head like, I'm not going to hurt you.
Okay, he eyes you up. Yes, miss?
Haraga tries to take a step forward if she can, keeping her hands up like, it's okay.
He still just kind of backs away.
Well, she wants to... is she close enough that she could say something quietly?
She could, yeah.
Then Haraga leans forward and says quietly, sometimes people say scary things when they're scared. You can forget everything I tell you, the bad things. I'm different. I don't do that. I'm sorry. It's an alien word in her mouth, just like it was the last time she said it.
He looks really confused for a moment. And he kind of blinks and says, he's also speaking quietly, he's like, so you're not gonna tear my throat out if I look at you funny again?
No. I don't do that. And then he holds up, or she holds up the, Haraga holds up the, symbol of Flune to him too, and shows it and says, I do this now.
That's it. I think David keeps going on about.
Yeah. She changes people. She helps me so much. I work for her now. Only.
Okay.
And I'm not supposed to do those kinds of things. So I'm sorry.
Apology accepted, I think.
You're safe with me. I protect you.
Good.
That's all. I'm going back to my friends.
Oh, okay.
You're safe.
Alright, as you're approaching, it was around the same time David started walking off towards the fields, and you see David is just basically doing really loud clicks with his hand to get Dargos' attention, and he does his little improvised sign, and Dargos starts running after him as the two of them head back out to the fields. So
Haraga says to Samara, I go to hearken and lead her as.
Smile nods.
Seems we're all going in.
is everyone going inside?
I did have one question though. Did Haraga hear what Reister told Duvain about bringing Arena back to life?
I would say you were too focused on your own conversation.
Yeah, good. That's a good thing. But yeah, then she goes inside.
That's a good thing. Now I'm scared for my character again.
No reason to be. Yeah, Haraga didn't hear anything.
Okay, everybody hold still.
It does.
I'm sure it would have been fine.
Are you supposed to lie to me?
I was looking a bit uneasy at this point.
You follow Devain into the winery. You notice his daughter and some of the small children are working with the barrels in the brewery room. They give you little waves. The ravens in the rafters click their beaks happily. The little red one that Zbornik has befriended flies down, gives her a quick nuzzle, and flies off.
Hello, friend.
Stop moving. And eventually, you make your way up to the kitchen. That's slightly cramped. So as you go in,
It's a room.
Sit back as much as you can to let everybody else in. Yes, is everything okay?
As you are entering into the room, you can see that Irina is sitting at the table, and she's just got like this wooden spoon between her teeth, as Adrian and Azilu had been working together to ever so slowly peel the armor off her wounded arm. So she's now sitting there with the splint mail like half off, her arms exposed. Her arm is crushed. From her fingertips to halfway up her arm, or up her bicep, the arm is... it looks terrible. It is broken, bruised, bloody. It is covered in dried blood. And now that the armor that had been kind of holding it together has been removed, some parts of it have started to bleed anew. And Ez and Adrian are ever so slowly, gently trying to clean the wound off. And Irina's just kind of sitting there going...
And we hear wood cracking.
Elaine's trying to consider if any of his spells would be of any use to try and heal it.
To heal the broken bones to this extent, no.
I fear that if I use Cure Wounds, it might do more harm than good, ultimately.
Yes, I believe so.
I still have my Healing Word, but that's a drop in the ocean.
That would need to be set and healed with proper clerical magic. Even then, bones are difficult.
Yeah.
So we need Willow here. We need to get her to Willow, I should say.
Yeah. Speaking of Willow, Ez, you still have the Sending Stone?
Yes. Why, you want to send a message?
Yeah, Devane might want to talk to Willow, and we might want to prepare her for a visit with another broken limb.
Right.
She's going to turn into the emergency ward of, what do some of them call that, a clinic? It's a temple with healers.
Yeah, no, but I know what a clinic is.
Yeah. So
They have them in Baldur's Gate and in Waterdeep.
I know.
Is Harkin okay?
She will be.
Yeah, it has been rough, but she'll be fine. She'll be absolutely fine.
Yes.
We still have Corbo's still here, so once we've got it Harkin tended to for now, I can take her straight there.
Straight where?
Back to Willow.
Oh, right. I need to protect Harkin more.
Samara kind of steps forward as much as goes, well, I'd rather we were all ready to go to the Amber Temple at once. Plus, it does give us a little bit of time. The time it takes to let Elaine and Harkin fully heal from their injuries.
They stay here. Remember?
No, Haraga, we let Elaine take Harkin back to Willow.
Yes.
And in the meantime, we can go to Ravenloft.
Yes. But... and get my axe.
We'll sort that out when we get a chance, Haraga. Right now, we have to concentrate on getting Harkin and Elaine back to the guild.
Yes, of course. I just mean, it's a list, right?
Yes, it's a list.
I need to protect Harkin more.
Plus, we want to get him off our backs as well, so hence my suggestion. Go to Ravenloft while they're recovering somewhere safe.
Yeah.
So you want us to go there and have a cup of tea with him, or what do you mean, Samara?
What I said to his little plaything would have bought us time, but he would really rather we met with him and responded to his invitation as soon as possible. We were concerned about taking Harkin and Elaine there, so why not kill two birds with one stone, so to speak.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but do you know that his invitation would be the perfect opportunity to go with the ultimate plan?
The ultimate plan.
You know,
You be
Pokey,
quiet,
pokey.
Reister.
Now,
We
Samar,
don't know
Haraga,
what he's
there's no need for
capable
that.
of, especially in his own home.
We're not, as I said,
Sorry.
we're not going to go there to cause trouble. He wants to talk. We let him talk.
I'd
All
rather
right.
be able to talk when we're ready for if he wants to cause trouble at the same time.
He won't want to cause trouble. Despite his nature, he's still a nobleman. He won't be well, he will be our host. Hospitality is important to him. Manners are important to him.
While Samar was talking, Ez is thinking to herself for a moment, and she looks over to Haraga. Haraga, are you willing to watch over Harkin and Elaine while we go to Ravenloft?
Yes. Of course.
Very well. Out of character, I am so sorry, Dee, but at the same time, it's like Ez has been panicking about the idea of Haraga having to play nice with Strahd. So this kind of works for her.
What do you mean? That certainly hasn't crossed my mind.
All right.
I'll tell you later what crossed my mind about that. We'll discuss because it may not be what you think.
Okay. But yeah, Ez basically pulls out the stone and says, "So what am I saying? Am I just passing this over? What?"
I would say we get our business out of the way first, then let Vane send his message.
Okay. Ez squeezes a stone and tries to bring Willow up on her Discord.
No, I'm not going to bring up the sound effect.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment.
Now recording.
Okay, after a little moment, you hear.
Uh-oh.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, my dear. Just to let you know, we're all alive, but Harkin had a bit of a tumble, like Elaine did. She's broken her arm. It's been crushed, and we are going to need your assistance.
He's only left yesterday. Oh dear. I find it very strange that you had to specify that everyone was alive. What happened?
I mean, because I didn't. Well, basically, we were on the mountain. There was a giant, a bird, a rock, and it caused a rock fall. And then we fell, and Harkin got their arm crushed.
A rock?
So we are basically in a safe spot. I believe you have been interacting with somebody else recently. You sent a message to our mutual friends.
Are you referring to the squirrel or the rabbit?
She puts her hand over the stone and turns to Devane. Did you send a squirrel or a rabbit?
That's a
Squirrel.
squirrel.
She sent a squirrel.
A squirrel, yeah. No, the squirrel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll send that to the Wizard of Wines. What did they say? I haven't got a full response from. I haven't got a response from it at all, actually.
Yeah, no, they were a little bit suspicious. They thought everyone from the guild was kind of taken out. If you want, I'm just going to put Devane on the line for you. I'll be right here.
Okay.
And now the
Yes?
DM has to talk to herself for a minute, so sorry.
Well, you won't be able to hear.
Well,
Ah,
we would hear Devane's side of the conversation.
I know where I'm getting to that. Yes. I am Devane Markov, the owner of the Wizard of Wines. Leaders of the... Yes, that demand... Young lady, you'll have to calm down. Yes, I'm still... I'm starting to think we've had this conversation before. Yes, I know that he was talking about creating a hole. Yes, I knew it was hidden. I helped... Who do you think gave him the gems? Well, then we'll have to have a better conversation about this in person. Can you come to the... What do you mean you won't... This is highly unprofessional. Very well. How about I send one of my children to you to speak about this? Of course you can Very well. He kind of looks over. Is there any chance when you're heading there you could take one of my associates?
yes. Although, do you mean an employee or one of your children? Ez is giving him a look.
Would you be more willing if I sent one of my children?
It's what you said to her. You're a man of your word, after all.
I forgot you could hear me. He turns back to the
Ez gives
stone.
him a grin.
He turns back to the stone. Yeah, what do you mean you heard that full thing? But I didn't know you could still hear me if I was still holding the stone. Yes, well, the red-headed one said it was okay if I sent my... You know what? I'm going to send one of my kids and then we're going to have a conversation. Alright, okay. Yes, I understand. That's a very nervous little creature, isn't she? He looks confused for a moment.
How do you hang this thing up?
He kind of glances over. She has a mule.
She has a mouse called Mule.
Whatever. Here you go. Just take that weird magical thing. You get the stone back, and Willow's like mid-sentence. But remember, they're not allowed to come armed, and they have to keep their arm and everything where I can see them. They won't be allowed in the guild house. And it is.
Hello. Yes, so not to worry. Yeah, we're going to be coming soon. We're going to bring one of Devane's children with us. Rest assured, you can trust them, but we will be coming with.
You cut out a little bit there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Sorry, I dropped the stone for a second. Hello, you're back? Okay. So, we're going to be bringing one of Devane's kids with us, and, everything is going to be fine.
Okay. Well, I think this is...
Hey, more visitors! Yay!
Well, it'll be nice to have a network again, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
Just make sure Devane knows that his kid's going to be sworn to secrecy about how to get into the guild.
Yes, I shall pass that message along. That is not a problem.
Right.
You have my word.
How badly did you say Hagen was hurt?
On a scale from healthy to minced meat, it's
You can't hear this. You can't hear this.
Now that's the player.
Yeah. Ez just very calm steps out here and just for a few seconds. Okay, it's really, really bad. It's like her arm's crushed and everything. Look, I'm really panicking. It's like, I don't know if she's going to be able to swing the sword again, and that's really, really bad because we really needed her in the fight and everything. But I just, I don't know what to do. So anything you could do, anything you can do at all, I really, really appreciate it.
Oh dear. Okay. Well,
It's okay. Breathe. She's fine. She's alive. She's alive, but it is bad. I don't want her to lose the arm.
Okay, I'll gather things together and see what I can do. Oh, this is going to be so much harder to do than a break. Bring it to me when you can, and I'll do what I can.
Okay, we are on our way shortly. Thank you. Bye. and she
Shit.
hangs.
You just hear that as you put the stone away.
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, so everything's fine. I just need to, who are you sending? Because just for the record, they need to respond to secrecy. They cannot tell anyone else how to get there, including the family. Safety first.
You see Devane's eyes just narrow as you say this.
Mm-hmm.
We already
Haraga
had
just-
unwanted visitors.
Haraga
who
interrupts.
overheard.
Haraga jumps in and sorry.
Now go on.
She yells out, "Cover his face!"
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, we'll do that. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, you can trust us. But it is essential for everybody's safety that the fewest people possible know the specificities of how to bypass the charms.
So
The
Balthasar
security.
did actually manage to get his secret little lair built then.
He did.
I remember he mentioned it to me a long time ago. I never thought he actually managed it.
When all of this is said and done, we'll have to give you a tour of it sometime.
Yes, we'll see. Now let me
Haraga,
think.
meanwhile, is watching Reister carefully.
Well, if you want specifically for it to be a member of my family, that rules Dag out. He's a husband, so don't know whether that counts in your mind.
Yeah, men and women are all the same to me.
Elvia's a bit young. Adrian, thanks for a second. What about Stefana? Well, we could send her, but what about the kids? Well, Dag can look after the kids, and Claudio can help with that. Yes, very well. We can arrange that. I'll go and see if I can find her. Excuse me, my dear. He's gonna waddle his way out.
Thank you for helping us today, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know you don't have infinite resources around here.
At the minute, you see his eyes are just wide as he is looking down at the arm that's kind of flopped on the table. It's like, yeah, well, I suppose you did help us out of a lot of sticky spots. And, Dananka told us what you did for the little ones.
How are they, by the way? Yes, as her expression instantly changes.
Oh, Brom got a nip on the toe. He'll be alright. You managed to get to them before any real damage. Dananka got a fair beating now. She says
Is she alright?
Oh yeah, she's fine. Rest in wine. Erwin is going up the wall.
I can imagine.
Yeah, they're all fine.
The bats seem a little more twitchy.
You know,
Do you have any why?
I've noticed that. There's a lot of stuff going on. We've heard a lot of troubling rumours. No one's heard anything coming out of Barovia village for a while. There's talk of people going missing and murdered around Vallaki.
Yeah. That was in character. She made a little yip down.
There's talk of kids disappearing. Krezek has closed up the walls entirely. They're not letting anyone in or out. Apparently there's weird noises coming from the abbey.
Oh, great.
As far as kids disappearing, but just clarifying, have they heard any like wolf sounds at night as the kids, and then found the kids disappeared the next day, or?
From what I can tell, that was the rumours coming out of Barovia village before we lost contact with them entirely.
Oh,
And the kids
great.
were just gone.
I suspect that has...
I suspect the windmill has a larger population now.
But
Quick question: would that be meta
that
knowledge?
would be meta knowledge.
That sure would
Thank-
be.
No, that wouldn't be.
No, we did suspect some as we were passing it.
Yeah, right after all, kind of bought a kid free
Yep.
from one of the hags.
You don't know she was a hag?
No.
You don't know what
well,
she is.
The old lady. The old
Well,
lady.
from the old lady that sells stream
Well.
pastries.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But,
So they're collecting debts now.
yeah, you mentioned wolves. Funnily enough, there's actually been a lot less of the werewolves going around. They seem to have gone quiet for a bit.
You're welcome.
Yes, we
What did you
had
do?
something to do with that.
You gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. And she gives him the most evil smile and a slight Maleficent-style wing flex.
With an insight of 19. Oh. Alright.
And she actually just points to the blackened werewolf skull on her head.
I suppose that works.
Changes in leaderships.
Haraga Devane has left the room, I'm afraid.
Who are we talking to then?
You're talking to
Adrian.
Adrian, the oldest son.
Okay, I couldn't really see the thing.
Yeah, it's fine.
Looks directly away from Adrian then.
But yes. Word has gotten around quite obviously now that the Lord of the Land has lost his lady love. And he just glances towards Irina.
Funny how that goes.
Yeah, so it would seem.
If he hadn't crushed her skull, happened now, would it?
Let's not talk about the rumors we had, right?
Yes.
Well, if old rumours are to be believed, and he is connected to the land, then his foul mood would definitely explain a lot of weird things going on.
So do you think it would be a good idea for us to head over there and soothe his troubled brow? You think things would calm down a little?
It's possible. I mean, like, that's just a rumour. I have no idea if he's connected to the land. That sounds a bit far-fetched to me.
No, it's very much possible that he is.
I don't know.
Wouldn't be
Stuff's
surprised
a
if
bit
he
beyond my
is.
head.
All I can say is in the past few centuries I've been here, it wouldn't surprise me if he was.
Yeah, well. And that's actually a point. You've been here for a long time. You've been here the last time he lost a loved one. He does like massive air quotes, and Irina just goes, "Huh!" What was he like around then? Ooh, history.
So I would have to, yeah. I was gonna say something like that one.
Oh, damn!
Natural 20.
With that, let me just send you a whisper.
She wrote a book about it.
Nope.
Just wait for the whisper.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought I got disconnected from Discord.
No, just waiting.
I'm trying to think of a good way to word this. So bear with me.
It's all perfectly fine.
How do you translate like a sad sheep? No!
He was a lot like a water sheep.
Meanwhile, while Jurnis is doing that, Haraga is like leaning up against Samara with her head down a little bit. Like, I'm like not looking at any of this. I'm like ignoring it. I'm focusing on you.
Last time he... Well, let's just say that a massacre of the soulless happened. Trying to get people to seek comfort. So you could get Tatiana reincarnating quicker.
Wait, so you're saying he butchered all of the soulless creatures, or the ones with the souls?
Soulless.
Huh.
Well, that makes some sort of sense. If you kill people with souls, you add more souls to the queue.
I don't suppose we could send a message to Velaki Krezik in order for people to start screwing like crazy.
Haraga makes a face.
Wouldn't be surprised if that was his backup plan.
Ugh.
I feel very dirty right now.
And like I say, we'll be going to Ravenloft soon. Maybe I can try and dissuade him. Doubt it.
The basic strategy I was thinking of for that, by the way, what name are we going with while we are there? You said it earlier.
Anastasia von Zarovich.
Well, Lady Anastasia von Zarovich, Ez gives you a very elaborate bow. Would you prefer to do the lead, and I am your simple new hired bodyguard since my former employer, she looks to Irina, is no longer with us?
That would probably be the best idea, yes.
As
Well,
you
we
wish,
have
my
to-
lady.
Well, we have all been invited before on equal terms.
Precisely.
So-
That is true.
Though, of course, someone has to take the lead.
To explain why Elaine and Harkness here, I will merely say that two associates were injured. We've left them in Velaki to heal.
Hello? You see the vein eventually returns, and perched on his shoulder is a sizable raven. This is Stefana. She's going to be staying in this form for a little bit of subtlety.
We appreciate it. Does Ez remember Stefana?
Yes.
Okay.
She was
Good
around
relationship.
Irina's age. In the time that you were there, she actually gave birth to 2 children. So she
that case,
has a teenager, a prepubescent, a 6-year-old, and a infant.
Ez just nods to her and Devane. Protect her with our lives. You have my word.
You had better. She's a swiftest, though. She's not much what you would call a hardened warrior, but she can run when her life depends on it. See, the raven just kind of gives him a nudge with the wings. Says, there you are. And you have 4 reasons to stay alive, my dear. The raven nods. Well then, is anything to be done here? He motions to the scene on the table.
Smart kind of looks about nervously and just says, Devane, I know I don't really have much on me at the moment, but would you happen to have one of your finer vintages at all? A bottle?
kind of squints at you. How fine?
Well, let's just say I have to impress my uncle, and I frankly don't want to be that sober when I'm around him.
Why would you want to impress him?
So we can get close and placate the idiot.
Well,
I mean, you were alive when, well, a certain individual was killed last time, so you remember what he did.
I recall. Well then, if you want to try and placate him, and maybe blind him with a little bit of upper-class snobbery, I do have a few bottles of the Champagne d'Estampes. I suppose I'd be willing to spare one.
It would be much appreciated, Devane. I will recompense you as soon as I can.
Very well. Now then, shall we? He motions towards the door.
Okay.
All
Samara
this
nods
time,
and
too,
follows.
Adrian has been like slowly trying to splint things up. You could roll an intelligence check with that, Haraga.
Okay.
So it's just she's just been sitting there like gnawing on this wooden spoon, while Adrian is surprisingly rolling very well on medicine. Is just gently
whoops.
bandaging the arm. Yes, Haraga, you would remember that.
Haraga looks over to Samara and says, "The thing Elaine does, where he makes you tell the truth. What happens if he does it to you?"
What would you mean? What do you mean?
Is Harkin alive?
Yes, Harkin is alive.
No. Him. Is Harkin alive? And then she wiggles her fingers like she's doing magic.
I think he's getting. I think I know what she's insinuating.
Leader Ed. Sorry.
Yes.
And then she waves her hands and goes, "Is Harkin alive?"
You make a good point, and that is a concern, but to be honest, I have had this same concern myself, but there is nothing that we can do against it. It is something outside of our control, so we can only hope that it does not occur.
Does not cross his mind.
Let him be wallowing in his own self-pity.
Right now he believes that Irina is dead.
And then Haraga says, make it so everybody forgets."
No. Raga, we need you to stay with Elaine and Irina.
Yes, of course.
Protect them and Willow.
Yes, always.
We will go to myself, Ez, Icy, and Reister will go to Ravenloft.
I will say though, Haraga does make a point. There are ways of modifying others' memories, but I do not know if there's anyone among us with that capability.
And Haraga nods her head and says, "Commands!"
It's less of a command, it is more a manipulation of memory.
No, commands. She says commands. You don't know. And then I do it. If it's me, you do it to them.
I have an idea. I'm not sure if either Madam Swiftwings or Reister would appreciate it though, but I do know that one vampire's charm can't override another's.
You want to charm us?
It would make you immune to his charm.
Yeah, Samara. Everybody listens to Samara.
You have to keep in mind I'm a half elf.
Reister, you tell everybody everything.
Samara just goes, Reister, that hasn't stopped him doing it to you twice before.
Yeah, but only because he got friggin' lucky.
Araga shakes her head and says, "Hello, stranger. Here's everything we know about the world." And she's looking right at Reister when she
Hello,
says,
Reister, I will...
"Leader Ez."
Like I
And
say,
then
it's
she
an
looks
option
over
if
at
you
Reister
want
and
it.
sorry, go ahead.
Like I say, it's an option if you want it.
After
Alright.
far be it from me to call you a barmaid, but people have a way of getting lucky with you often.
I need to write that down, damn.
Phrasing, Zabornak.
Araga laughs hard for the first time in a day and a half.
At least someone's having fun right now.
It'll help, it'll help, it'll help, it'll help, it'll help!
Yeah,
Aiden is, like,
Lane's already on
holding-
it. Lane's already on it. I was trying to type up, but he was on it, but you beat me to it.
And does Haraga see that happen?
Yeah.
And she yells out, "Leader, hearken!" And jumps up from her position near Samara.
Alright, so
So
just
for
to
what
give you
little-
a quick hint, she failed her She got a nat 1 on her constitution save to stay conscious while they were manipulating her broken arm, so she's passed out.
Lane's just going to let her rest for now while he's basically supporting her. Letting Major
What's
just get on
happening?
with
What's happening?
it. Alright, she just passed out from the pain.
But she's okay.
She's
Yes,
okay,
yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
Well, we
Yeah.
can't say the same for my wooden spoon. Like, he lifts up the spoon, it's like nearly snapped in like 3 parts from where she was biting it.
Let's get you a new one.
Oh, God.
And
You know,
you still have the wooden spoon that you pulled out.
D.
That was so
Mwah.
fucking quick! I loved it!
Yeah. Mhm.
You know what? You know what? Here, have this ring. Put it on, and you will have spoons for your life.
Do you not remember the second part of that curse?
Mhm.
Whenever you need a spoon, you'll never be able to find one.
Uh,
Well then.
One of the best items in this entire game.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I think
I
you
don't
need to
suppose
get that
Ez
young
would-
lady to some help.
Yes.
Ah, damn
Yeah, Ez is going to. Ez is
okay,
going
Izzy?
to help picking her up.
So
Okay.
is Reister, who's standing opposite Ez right
Roll
now.
Strength checks.
Okay.
Sure.
Haraga moves to help out too. She's watching. She's not taking her eyes off of.
Okay. Ez?
It's a good thing we don't have to do coordination.
As you don't manage to get, you're about to grab her under her arm and hoist her, and then you realize, oh shit, that's her injured arm, and you just hands away. Luckily, Reister had her weight supported, and Haraga kind of steps in over you and just sweeps Arena up bridal style, being very careful with her arm. Well then, I think you'd best get on and get her to some help. If the
Yeah.
Willow is as good as you say, and if she's the little mage the Balthazar told me about, it should be alright.
Oh.
Her full title is Willow the fucking Great.
Willow the Great.
Yes, well, my full title is Devane the Uneasily Impressed. Now, go on.
Elaine just kind of looks very self-conscious right now.
Ez will step out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we all step out.
For simplicity's sake, I'm just gonna move these all downstairs.
Did Samara get that bottle of wine?
Yeah.
Okay.
As
actually,
you're heading downstairs, Devane sent Adrian to run and get it for you, and he's bringing it back to you now.
You mean sparkling wine because champagne?
Yeah, it's basically you would know this, Samara. This is the rarest vintage that they have because the winery can't make it anymore due to a lack of ingredients.
Thank you very much, Devane. Like I said, I will recompense you as soon as I can.
Yes. He's like really reluctant to let it go.
You go now, Samara?
No, we're going to make sure get everyone back to the guild hall first. Then we'll go on to Ravenloft.
Yeah.
Well then, off you go. You just have a long way to go.
Yeah.
Now, Stefana, stay safe. Yes, I know, dear. His little raven goes and nuzzle, and for once, in the first time you've actually really known Devane, you see his expression just kind of soften as he just gently strokes this wee raven. Yes, well, stay safe, dear. And the raven flutters over and sits on Zabornik's shell.
And Haraga looks back at Devane and says, "Thank you. You're a wise, kind elder."
He kind of grins at that. Alright, so then, you just head off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we bring Corbeau back as a horse, Elaine?
Elaine will spend a bit of time to turn Corbeau back into a horse.
Oh, this is much better. Oh, it's so good to have hooves again.
About him, Corbeau.
Alright, let's go then.
Shall we put Arena onto Corbeau's back?
Yes, we should put Harkin onto Corbeau's back.
Yeah, I mean Harkin, yeah. Sorry, right now my mind is a bit frazzled. And no, Haraga, I am not telling everybody. It gives her very... And he's giving a very pointed look.
So, in Arina's current unconscious state, she will not be able to ride the horse alone.
Elaine mounts as well, basically try and keep in place.
And Haraga says very pointedly to Reister, "You're telling me." And she's looking very sternly. The best way not to tell is quiet.
So,
if you say, "Look, I'm not telling," that's telling.
you make your way out onto the road. This is not where where I expected this session to end up.
Me neither.
Nobody expects the Spanish Bull to squish.
It was a bad dex roll, and then it was a really bad percentile roll.
And that was a really good pun there, Cork.
Yeah.
Spanish boulder squishing.
I heard it. I wasn't going to acknowledge it.
Yeah,
that was too good not to acknowledge.
In a way, it was very, very poor.
Alright,
That's poor as the dice roll.
You just head off at a relatively quickish pace, keeping things going. I would actually, you know what? This could be for everybody. As you're heading down the road, I'd like you to all roll me perception checks.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Second. Decepticons.
Perception.
Persuasion this time. Perception. At least it's not performance.
Okay. Is Talander, Samara, Zabornik, Elaine, as you are heading down the road, you notice that the woods seem different From the last time you were here, the woods were eerily quiet, and you were always able to hear the howls of wolves in the distance. Now, though, the howling of wolves is absent. You hear frequent birdsong, the calls of other animals. It's almost as if the woods have stopped holding their breath.
Oh,
That was nice to hear.
yeah.
I've never known it to be this way in 3 years.
I get a distinct sense of there being no sounds to.
Well, it feels like the calm before the storm.
Precisely.
Oh, he's so upset.
Just give me a second. Why are you doing this to me, Jukebox? Why do you have to be so evil?
Jukebox, why do you fail us?
I didn't hear you say jukebox. I thought you said fox, and I was like, oh god, again?
Not that fox again.
What
He's
does
like
the
poking
dog
around
say?
at Irina. Poking around at Irina. She's not. Oh, she's dead. She's dead, right?
Nope.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just shows his nose out of the bush like, yeah, can I have a little bit now?
No.
Yeah, the fox is just following us around.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
comment.
been well fed when he follows this party. And we always meet him in the same area, to be fair, so...
Yeah, it always looks eerily familiar.
Okay.
Elaine's gonna have words with him.
Haraga gave him a bunch of stuff.
Alright. As you are walking down the road, you notice someone approaching. It appears to be
Immediately.
just under a dozen individuals. Over their shoulders, they have sacks and what appears to be farming tools as they're walking along the road.
Okay. Ez gives them a nod.
They kind of all clump together, closer together, and move as far across the road as they can to the edge to not come in contact with your party as best they can.
Okay. Ez will keep a respectful distance while keeping a wide nostril open.
Okay.
Icy's gonna do the same.
Haraga, roll me investigation for that.
Yeah, Haraga looks very focused on something about these people. Investigation, you said?
Yep. As you smell no wolfishness. Haraga, the sacks are very still. Bar one, which appears to be moving.
How close is Haraga to Ez at this point, since she normally stands next to her?
You'd probably be next to her.
Yeah. She whispers to Ez. One moment.
Yes. I mean, you can just...
Turn to it.
Yeah, she says, very whisper, she says, I'm moving back there. The children?
Ez, basically, you know that whole thing... The best way to describe what Ez does now is, you know how, you know Grandpa Simpson, when he's walking into the
Yes, the
brothel,
gentleman's club.
is right there, and
Yeah.
then it's literally, Ez is just this really calm 180 or 90-degree turn. She's just like, da, 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 and she's walking straight towards him, and Mercy is out, and she's got a smile on her face. Just a moment of your time, my friends.
They
And
kind
Haraga's
of
right at her side.
slow down and they turn. A few of them bring their pitchforks in front of them and they're looking at you very suspiciously.
Hello there. My name is Angelo the Emerald Child. These are my associates. We're friends of Valaki. I don't know if you're from there or Kursik. Where are you from exactly?
They kind of look around at each other, almost as if trying to decide which one of them's gonna talk. He says, I don't really know if I'm comfortable telling some armed strangers on the road where my farm
I'm
is.
not a stranger. I'm a friend of both Kursik and Valaki, and I just gave you my name.
And Haraga jumps in at that point and says, "You find my dog?"
No dogs here.
As blinks slightly. I love this.
Look, if you're missing livestock or anything, it's probably gone eaten by the wolves by now.
Do any of these look Vistani in origin?
No.
Do any of them seem familiar at all?
No.
Okay, I mean, Ez is smart enough to get the dog thing, so she's like, well, no, you see, we have this really adorable puppy, we really care about it and everything, and oh, hey, you've got a moving bag right there. I wonder if it's in there. And she's
Is it my dog?
the moving bag with the giant meat cleaver.
Oh, you accuse us of being
And
thieves!
Glary look. I'm just curious.
Roll
I think my
intimidation.
dog. You have my dog. I want my dog back.
She wants her dog back.
I want my dog back.
Roll intimidation.
Yeah.
Would it be advantage since yes, Queen.
As you're like leaning in, like give me my dog, like it's not a dog. It's Piglet. We needed it to breed with our sow.
Show me. Haraga's like trying to put on like she's heartbroken.
It, like grabs.
Oh, she just seems weird.
Look.
Oh, all right, okay. We don't have much, all right.
Just show us the piglet. Ez is Mercy's on her shoulder, but she's just glaring death at the lot of people.
He like reaches over and beckons to one of the younger lads, and the younger lad like reaches over with a squirming bag. And this is a sizable bag, and he like unties it and like pulls it open and holds it over, and you look in, and it is a large piglet.
Not my dog.
Bloody told you that, lunatics.
If you see my dog, you'll tell, right?
Yeah, sure. What does it look like?
It's black and brown, and it has lots of spots. And it says, the name of the dog is, she thinks for a moment and says, Jeff.
Alright, Jeff the dog. We'll keep an eye on that.
Just for the record, there has been rumors of children going missing. We just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything untoward going on. She puts Mercy away.
Yeah, well, how about next time you try to perform your civic duty, you try and look a little less like maniac bandits. Come on, lads. Let's get out of here. He just turns and strides off at this point.
Haraga calls out, no bandits look as big as me.
You'd be surprised! So, well done. You accosted and intimidated several innocent Provian peasants.
Yeah, with a polymorph child pretending to be a pig.
Yeah, right after Haraga gave the speech about not being a bully anymore.
All this work.
So they head off. with their pitchforks and sacks and Piglet.
That's a good way to be, Leader Ez.
No, and by the way, I like the story with the dog. That's actually that's smart.
Thank you.
You're very good at this.
I like telling stories.
It's fun, isn't it? The thing is with telling stories like that to people, it pays to have a good memory. You don't want to trip yourself up on that.
Yeah. No
Well,
need
then
to.
I just say the dog dies.
Yeah. I don't know why I laughed at that. That's horrible. Oh well.
Well,
and then they would carry on.
As I said,
Yes.
Elaine, if he wasn't supporting Arena, would have been face palming throughout the entire thing.
What was Rice going to say?
nothing.
Oh.
As you start to make your way into the marshland, you notice that Stefana seems to start acting strange.
She doesn't know.
She keeps blinking and looking around and shuffling around on Zabornik's shell.
It's alright, Stefana. It's one of the charms of Protect the Place.
Raven just kind of tilts its head and looks confused. It starts to flap its wings and hops over to Haraga's shoulder, then pauses, then flaps back to Zabornik's shell. It
We
doesn't know
should
what it's
either
doing.
inform her or we should make certain that she doesn't fly away.
Yeah, not to worry. I'm going to make sure she doesn't get away. And his icon is basically reiterating where they are, what they are doing, and why they are doing it.
Okay. So the Raven nods for a second, and you just continue walking on. And then she kind of repeats her confused behaviour.
Mm-hmm. And repeat until we get there.
Etc., etc.
Ez, do we cover her face?
I think the charm.
I've known her for years. I've known her longer than Willow, and I've known her longer than you. It's fine. I trust her.
Okay.
You
Also,
just-
I don't know if she'll remember the place when she leaves. I mean,
And Haraga reaches out to the bird, like come here, and gestures.
Stefana just kind of cocks her head looking at you.
She's like trying to coax like into her, and like, come to my arm, come to my arm.
After a moment, she like hops over and sits on her shoulder.
And so Haraga starts like petting her, and says, "It's all right, it's all right, it's okay, it's all right," again and again.
The moment you
And
try
petting.
to start petting her,
Yeah.
she like flurries her wings and just dives back over to Zabornik's shell. Her feathers are puffing up. She's
Yeah,
insulted.
trust me, she's not into that. You know, trust me. I know.
Haraga tips her head in complete innocent fashion, like, "Huh? Okay."
Yeah, no.
Well, then-
Sorry about that.
Haraga's like, "What did I do?" She's looking around.
not everyone likes to be ruffled.
Oh no. Okay. She says, I just like to make people feel calm.
Some people feel calm when you don't do that.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry again for many times today. So many.
Alright, so this episode this has gone off the rails just as bad as the Haraga
Yep.
eats people episode.
Oh yeah.
What happened? What'd you say, Jurnis?
This episode has gone completely off the rails, almost as bad as the Haraga eats someone episode.
Oh heck
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
It's only been 2 weeks.
So you finally arrive at the gateway. At this stage,
Someone
Arena
should
has been drifting in and out, and she's kind of semi-conscious on the horse.
Elaine's just kind of trying to keep her upright and try to make sure her arms get to position.
Yes, guys.
Did Willow have any specific conditions regarding our guests?
Yeah, no, it's like no weapons, to keep her hands where she can see them at all times. Oh, by the way, dear, you probably want to transform now, just so they can, our guest, you are the guest, our host can see you.
Okay. After a moment, the raven transforms, but there we are.
Boop.
What?
No.
No?
Let me just put the raven in. Oh my god. There we are. Raven in the player box. So, you enter in. Well, she's now transformed. She looks like a younger female version of Devane. The family resemblance is strong.
Also, by the way, as you cross the threshold, Ez gives it
No, Ez. Maybe we shouldn't let her in. Just someone go get Willow. So that Willow knows she's here and everything's fine.
I have good suggestions.
Okay, does someone want to do that? Do you want me to quickly pop in or what?
Yeah,
okay,
why not?
Yeah, Ez just gives a nod to her and just wait there 1 moment, please. And she's going to flap her wings and she's going to go caw over here.
Okay, as you enter in, you see Willow is standing in her usual little perch, overlooking the gateway. Oh, it's you guys. The alarm spell was telling me someone unknown was nearby. I take it that's Devane's family member?
Yeah, her name is name of character that I forgot to write down. I am so sorry. Stefana. Yeah, and middle name's Gwen. Yes, Stefana. She's, one of his daughters.
Oh, okay. Well then,
No, she's a pretty cool girl. I used to work with her.
You haven't told her the passphrase yet, have you?
No, not yet.
Okay. Then, if you want to bring her in, I'll tell the golems to stand down.
Okay, will do. As basically flies down. Okay, the security will let you through. Just watch out. There's a little bit of anti-lycanthropic stuff here. It won't really harm you or anything. You might feel a bit queasy though.
Ah, all right.
And steps through.
Okay. Stefana follows you because she knows you.
Lane's gonna bring Arena through as well.
And you hear her go, oh!
Yeah, I know, right? I know. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no, you'll be fine in a second. And Des actually gives her her arm.
Oh, you were not kidding! Oh, God! Oh! She rolled so low on her constitution save.
Better to not tell the password.
Because Lane brings.
Oh, ow.
But yes, Villo, Stefana, Villo. Stefana, This is Gregory. Gregory, this is Stefana. Number 6, number 3, this is Stefana. Stefana, this is number 6 and number 3.
The Gregory just slowly raises its hand and does like a really slow wave with a noise of grinding stone. So like, oh, okay, I was not expecting that. And you see her eyes are fixed on Willow. It's like,
Hmm.
whoa. She,
I know she's pretty cool.
she, like us.
Oh, no, she's rat folk. They're actually kind of common in Vortity. Well, I wouldn't say common, but they're around.
Okay. It's,
Pretty cool.
interesting. Maybe we'll go up and have some proper introductions. Okay. So, for the sake of brevity,
Yes.
let's just move,
Everyone else also coming in?
everybody inside.
Yeah, I think everyone goes inside. Nice sweetheart. I can
Okay. As you move upstairs,
Yeah, just say simplicity that Dice&Dolts Elaine get a ring off Corbo and
okay.
Okay.
Elaine dismisses Corbo.
She just kind of shuffles in. She's not used to horseback, so it's like, ooh, ow, ow. It's like arm, arse, ah.
Could be worse, could be like ours.
Yeah.
Elaine's used to riding.
Yep.
Let's see.
He's kind of
As,
bridal carrying. He's kind of bridal carrying Arena at this point.
It's like, oh dear. Well, on the comfy chair then. You see the armchair is still sitting there in front of the fire.
Yeah, Elaine just carries Arena over to the chair and just gently places her down.
Oh dear. Ooh, what happened? Now, let me see. Let me have a little. Oh my God! I mean, it's fine. See the fur on her ears and like upright. The ears are just like really twitching like mad. Her tail is swishing around. The whiskers are twitching around. She's like, this is I can fix this. She's like,
Will she ever play the piano again?
Willow goes, of course, and then looks over to Icy and just mouths, no.
Shit.
What about the violin? Will she play the violin?
I don't think that's a good thing to be discussing right now. Bloody hell, you lot. I'll leave yous alone for a little while. What have yous done?
Giant bird.
Rocket slide.
Claudia
Luckily,
is just kind of leaning back in the chair. She's got her boots up on the table, one arm behind her head, and the other she's just holding this tankard of wine. She's like, alright. In true
How you
Vistani
doing?
fashion.
Yeah. It just gives her a two-fingered salute, not the rude kind. Yeah. How are you doing, Claudia?
I'm doing alright. Turns out I've got a price on my head. Ain't that great?
Yeah, I've had that before. Fun times.
It's nothing substantial.
Who put the price on?
Arangol seems to think I had something in hand of letting you guys get away. I convinced a few people otherwise. Don't you worry about me, I'll be fine. He'll calm down, take it off. It's not the first time I was been a bounty.
Ez is just going to do a basic insight check on that,
Sure,
if I may.
sure, go ahead. She seems totally fine with it.
Alright. Well, if you need help with anything, you let us know. We're all on the same side.
Alright, don't you worry. I'm sure little Squeaks here is looking after me. Don't call me Squeaks. Don't like it. And that's why I'm gonna keep calling you. Oh.
Name is Willow the fucking Great.
Yeah.
You will show her the respect she deserves.
Oh, do.
The correct... Oh, no, we know it's all in good fun, but her full title is Devillo the fucking great.
Araga comes over and toward Claudia, and how does Claudia look? Like, does she look like she's well now?
She still looks a little rough, but she's a lot better than the last time you saw her.
Would Haraga have to roll anything to see if she's up for a open-handed shoulder punch? A couple of them.
You could roll an intelligence check.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know what, intelligence.
Yeah.
Oh dear, here it
She'd
comes. Here it
be
comes.
fine.
Willow's gonna be very busy today.
Yeah.
Haraga comes over and goes, Claudia! Whap, whap, whap!
Roll.
Or she tries
strength
to anyway.
with advantage.
Oh no.
We hear a crack, crack, snap.
So you come over and you do the big shoulder whap. And Claudia was not expecting it, so she immediately overbalances because she was tilting back in her chair, and it just slams to the ground, and she rolls over her shoulder and is now in a heap on the floor over here going, alright, alright!
Haraga
You're fucking right, I'll get it!
Oh.
Haraga
Elaine
moves
is-
to pick her up.
She's laughing
Elaine
around.
just gives Willow a look.
Claudia's laughing, going, alright, I'll get it.
It's all good.
You
I'm
got good
glad to
friends,
see
Fritz.
you.
She sits back down, but this time she has all four chair legs on the ground. She's like, yeah.
Incidentally, a good friend of ours, Stefana, this is Claudia. Claudia, this is Stefana.
And they both nod to each other. Say hello in strangely the same accent.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it?
It's funny that they have the exact same voice. It's like Rice and Talanda having a talk.
Oh dear. So Willow goes, oh, right, I don't mean to worry anyone, but this is rather serious. This is going to take a lot longer to heal than Elaine's did.
Yeah, that's good. They're going to stay here anyways.
I would recommend that, yeah.
I'll be staying here as well, Willow.
So he'll get some more chance to heal as well.
Oh, well, I suppose
Well, I was
that'll
going to stay as well, just in case we need more help.
be better for your leg as well. And it would be nice to
Well-
have someone I trust around if we're going to be introducing new elements. And she glances over her shoulder to Stefana.
Well, for what it's worth, Willow, I did have some medical training back at the monastery. Not much, but it can be of help.
Haraga puts her hand down on the table for Mule to come up and says, we're the guards to protect everyone, right, Mule?
Clambers onto your hand, just plops his little fat rat butt down and looks at you happily. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at Zabornik.
Yeah, actually a really good point.
I mean, it's just, well, aside from Arena, although I guess she's technically an NPC.
You got Arena, Claudia, Samara, Stefana. Yeah.
And Samara doubles down by her real name being Anastasia, so...
Haraga also technically counts as soon as you don't really pronounce the H at the end of her name.
No, you don't.
It's almost like Eastern European names have a particular naming convention.
Alright, so then. So. I don't really know what to do next. Hagen here needs some special attention. So why don't you settle in, I suppose? Ms. Stefana, was it? Yeah. I'll be back and talk to you a little while, if that's alright. Stefana just kind of nods. She's just looking around the room going, holy shit, how did I not see this place?
Elaine's going to stay with Willow to assist where he can.
Is
Roll
there,
a medicine check.
Medicine check. A medical. You should be able to do this. 6.
You try and help as best you can. Unfortunately, you're kind of getting in the way.
Yeah, as soon as you realise they kind of just steps back.
She's like, Irina's like wincing, like, I appreciate the attempt, Elaine, but why don't we leave this to Willow?
I mean,
Okay.
I'm not the greatest medic either.
Okay,
A few
Clemmer.
of the medical procedures.
I was very good at the medical side of things.
As you go over to offer your assistance, you can see, with that medicine check, you can see that Willow has it in hand. The poor little rat folk
Yeah.
is, as always, on the near age of panic, but she knows her stuff. The whole time she's tending to Irina, she's muttering spells under her breath over and over and over and over.
I think Willow got this.
And every now and again, Willow will just kind of like, oh, I'm sorry, here comes a sore bit. And she'll just twist the arm, and you hear bone just kind of just clicking. And at that point, Irina is just like grabbing onto the armchair, and like,
Ez is kneeling next to her, holding her hand the whole time.
I'm sorry, I have to realign. Oh, this is terrible.
I think this calls for a cookie.
No, that is. Well, you don't know
Do you
about.
think I am a child?
Actually, no,
That was basically the player just
yeah,
dropping a very large hint.
that is actually a damn good idea. Would Ez actually have that idea, or is she too focused on mildly panicking over Irina?
Tell you what,
Doing
roll a
intelligence.
wisdom save.
Wisdom save? Sure.
Yeah, you would get that idea.
Okay. Have one of these. Actually, you probably want more than one. Thanks for these, by the way, Willow.
You say Elaine takes one as well.
No,
You don't need that, mister. Actually, no, yeah, you can have one. One.
one, wait a half hour, see how strong it is, and then have the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Those kinds of cookies. Okay.
These
So-
brownies, usually brownies are half brownie.
It's a case of Elaine is kind of suspicious.
This brownie is yummy. It's the greatest brownie known to man. Anyway.
Just make certain you don't plunder the pantry afterwards.
30 minutes later, happy. This one was brownie. 30 minutes later, oh no. I understand time and it's wrong.
So this process is long and drawn out. And after Irina begrudgingly accepts the cookie because she doesn't understand what this is, she thinks you're just being really patronizing, but she eats the cookie anyway. After a little while, she's suddenly fascinated by Ez's wings. It's just like, whoa.
It's like, oh, the way the light catches, it's like iridescent. It's like, I know, just look at it. It's like, oh, now here's one wing, now here's the other. It's like, it's like, it's just like hypnotizing over the thing. Ooh.
She's like really distracted.
Willow, what do you do with those grapefruits, and who is this Tiffy you talk of?
I don't think he should have had one.
I think we all needed a laugh, so hey, don't judge me.
I suppose.
Could have been worse. Could have been me having the cookie.
Could have been
No
Mule.
cookies for you.
I have to admit she never would, but you could just when Haraga says that, you just see as there's a wheel turning for half a second and she puts the brake on it. It's like
No, that was out of character. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll just move
Just
it up there. There you go.
I'll just say it's like no.
Okay, so then, this is going to go on for quite some time, with little Willow focusing on it. So after like an hour or so, Willow eventually just leans back and says, "Oh, I have to stop for now. I'm getting a little exhausted. Now maybe you should go and try and get some rest there, Sir Harkin." Willow's like little drippy eyes, her whiskers are like down, her ears are like flopped. She is exhausted.
Ez gives her a big hug.
Oh, that's nice. So why
Thanks,
don't
my
you
dear.
take her up to rest, and then tomorrow I can do a little bit more. But be careful, her arms are still really, really fragile.
Gotcha. Ez is going to basically try and with the horns it's a bit tricky, but she's going to try and go under Irina's good arm and like half lifter bridal style as Haraka did before.
Alright, roll strength.
I'm sorry, you broke up?
Roll strength.
Okay.
Rice is going to assist.
Thank you.
As you try and get in under her arm, your horn just like clangs on the side of her head, and she's like, "Ow!" And like, sorry.
Sorry. Wrong thing.
I can't
Sorry.
walk. It's my arm that's shattered, not my legs.
Yeah, but you're also.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm perfectly. Oh dear God! Why is the floor so far down?
It's
Yeah.
fine. I know.
Side
Just
effect of the numbing agent.
She
Yeah,
like
yeah,
stood
there's
up
nothing
and
about
looked
it.
down and was like, "Whoa!"
Well, you know what? Ez, mind if I help you a little bit with that?
You know what, Reister? It would be my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Reister,
I mean,
Reister,
it's just
Reister.
Yes, Elaine.
I've had the greatest idea. We need a powder keg, an exploding arrow, and some snake priests.
Elaine, maybe you should tell me that idea. Maybe you should think about that idea a little bit in one of the comfy chairs and tell me about it in the morning.
I really
It's
shouldn't.
got an awesome. It's got an awesome name.
Really?
That's it.
I shouldn't have given them those.
Look, it helped at least with Sir Harkin as a numbing agent.
Yes, I say yes. Okay. How about you all go to bed, and I'll have a little conversation with Stefana. By this stage, too, Stefana just kind of came over here, has been having a quiet conversation with Claudia. Just that whole time. So,
Yeah, and
Could be
that episode name is perfect. High in altitude. It's high in altitude and, well, as I said, numbing agent.
So.
And now Irina once again does believe she can fly.
Oh no.
Yeah, and a bit of flying, yeah.
I would
That's
say.
true.
Where do you want to take her to?
I'd
First
say
bedroom.
the room that she shared with Elaine last time.
Not a bedroom on the second floor.
Where was that? It's been a while.
Basically a floor above, right above the library.
It's next. There is one next to the library.
Oh yeah, we
Lane's room,
put
so-
her there. We put you there, and that should do.
Are you following,
trick?
or are you sitting in the comfy chair and thinking about Fluffernutter?
Yeah, he's just kind of on the mushroom samba at this point.
Zabornik and Icy?
I'm going upstairs, going to bed.
Ice is actually going to have a little bit of a bath before that. But after the bath, he goes and tries to find an empty room and go to bed.
Haraga and Samara, do you go to your usual bedroom?
Yeah, they've already.
I couldn't find it on the map.
That's because I unfortunately had you on the wrong floor. And Zabornik,
Okay.
are you going to your balcony?
That is indeed where she is headed.
Okay. So then, he's all settled down and rest.
Yeah.
As you realise that you are back to square one from a few days ago. You've lost resources. Harkin almost lost an arm. However, you may have made a step forward in rebuilding your network of support between the Keepers of the Feather and the Vampire Hunters Guild. My mind just blanked there. Depending on how negotiations go tonight. Little Willow is all tuckered out. Harkin's arm is still in a pretty bad state, but she's no longer whimpering in pain as she moves ever so slightly. And that is where we will end session.
Ah.
Nothing I had planned.
What on? Sorry.
Yeah. Not exactly what we planned, but that's the beauty of D&D, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure is.
I was gonna suggest the title be Air Disasters, but I like yours better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot like Top Guns right now.
So, play the game.
I think we know the fumble of the game.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Play of the game. Rice spotting the that's not
Yeah,
favorable.
no, that
no.
is.
No, I don't want to seem self-congratulatory, so
I mean, you averted a. I mean, if you want, we can say that. Reister and Ez scaring off the wolves was play of the game.
Yeah.
We avoided one encounter.
That could have been really bad. Could have said
We
it
avoided a
better.
lot of things today.
Well, they'll be waiting for you.
Including Haraga smacking him senseless. Yes.
Oh yes.
Fumble of the
I'll
game.
talk about that later.
I mean, do we have to ask?
Almost.
I will say, I'm gonna say fumble of the game is all of us not protecting Leader Harkin.
Yeah.
Point.
So,
hmm
let's just say, the rules I did for the damage of that was quite substantial. Elaine used his full 35 points to heal her, and she still wasn't back to full health. I rolled a number of 2s and 3s on the dice on how much damage she got. So just think about how many dice I had to roll and how bad that could have been.
Yeah.
There was a
Yeah.
distinct possibility that she could have been killed.
I was expecting that.
I love as well as like I never thought that the mountain would be because on the map you don't really think too much about it. It doesn't seem like there's much there in relation to the rest of Barovia and all that because we've been in this land about like a year now playing this game. But I love how there's still new unexplored stuff.
Oh yeah.
And it's challenging in different ways, and I love that. I absolutely love that.
To me, I try to envision it as the equivalent of the Matterhorn.
Pretty much, yeah.
or the Mont Blanc. Very tall mountain, very dangerous. A little bit like the Kilimanjaro or K2 or what have you.
I will say this as well. When you mentioned the rock and everything, I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm not 100% clued up on how big rock usually are. I do know that when they appear in shows like Critical Role, they're ridiculously big, but I thought that was just like a one-off. I didn't realize that's what they're basically literally Rodan.
Yeah, they are. They are Rodan.
That's all the way back to the myth.
Yeah.
They can carry away elephants.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming they're not something we could actually fight in combat, because Ez was a hair's breadth away from blasting it.
Let's
I
just
would not
say
recommend
it wouldn't have ended well. For example, it rolled pretty bad in its perception check when it was looking for you guys. It only saw a few of you, and it decided it wasn't worth trying to get down into that small canyon to get you.
Mm-hmm.
So it basically went, screw that, I'm going for an easier nut.
Yeah.
If it had seen you, seen you as you were flying, that would have been another matter. But it rolled shit in its perception again.
Well,
Thank God.
as I said, if it had been shocked, it would have been having a lot of difficulties, possibly. It's like being struck by lightning, except not as deadly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would have just used Witch Bolt on it constantly.
Yeah, I might have used the most important phrase of all. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Breath of the Skies, magical attacks.
Raga would have stood there crapping her pants.
Yeah.
Theories, comments, revelations?
Nice to see Crafty back.
Yay!
Yeah.
The Rock is having a nest.
I threw out a couple revelations, but
Yes.
I think Ez got them, but
Yeah.
I'm curious if the rest of y'all got them. There were a couple major things.
The player knows.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. I don't know if
yeah.
Ez noticed, but
And Rice is proud of Haraga. For at least one thing.
Haraga. Well, what's that?
Well, the fact that she learned that sometimes she needs to fix what she says to other people. That her behavior was not the best.
I was really proud of her for that.
Yeah. Well, if you noticed last week.
Oh, I think we lost you, D.
Last week and then nothing.
Dang it.
We'll come back to her. But we almost accidentally lost Samara. Luckily, Icy was very careful about her wording.
She's been very careful about her wording ever since they started this. They started wanting something.
Hello.
Wait.
Hi,
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Wait. What do you mean we almost lost some? Oh shit.
Well,
Ez
they're looking
suggested
for their
that Samara
sacrifice.
would be a good sacrifice. And the miss basically asked Icy, she could be right, do you agree? And that's when the mist started gathering around her.
Oh shit.
Icy, let's have a talk.
yeah.
Icy's no, Icy's not dumb.
But no, yeah, I was saying was last week in the game was the first time in the entire history since episode 36 when she first appeared, I think it was 36, that she said, I'm sorry about anything, was last week.
Yeah.
This is her first I'm sorry. She says it to Zabornak and Ez. And so she had a thing where, thanks to Zabornak and Ez telling her she constantly has to think of the dying face of the hunter, she thinks she's not allowed to be a bully anymore to innocent people. So she's trying to do a work with it, and then like the thing with the kids. Well, we didn't know if they were innocent yet, so then it was okay to be a bully.
Oh yeah, the villagers.
Yeah.
That was a thing that was interesting.
Oh yes.
Oh, Haraga's done that before, y'all. She loves to make
that
up
was
shit.
very interesting.
I want my dog.
That was an actual child. They just polymorphed into a pig, wasn't it?
I'm not saying anything on air. Anyway, I think that's
I
what
should
we're
have
for
said
tonight.
something.
And we finally found out what Zabornik was hiding as well.
Yes.
So, going down from the top of the list, it's going to be a good night from me, a good night from Furious Granny.
Just call me the Ember Wonder.
A good night from the remorseful painted dog, D. I think we lost again. Oh wait, there she is.
Wash your hands, protect each other, and be kind.
There we are. A good night from the dual personalities, Dirk.
Night, night. Alright.
The other dual personality.
The other dual
I
personalities.
mean, I thought you meant me as well.
Well, that's the problem.
I think you're probably like not split personality, but multiple personality disorder at this point.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's Raisa in a nutshell right now. Anyway, good night and good night.
A good night from the Candy Woman.
Wait, am I the can't? Oh, right, because I keep giving out the little treats. Alright, I get it. Yes. Drugs are bad if it's illegal for you to have them. If it's legal for you to have them, treat yourself. Night.
I love how you
Look
just
at
turned
Illinois.
into this fucking drug dealer. That all stemmed from a joke we made about...
We mentioned this. We mentioned this ages back when they first went to Kresik. Ez loves recreational substances.
A good night from the
And
Dragonborn in
sometimes
the
they
mist.
have their use.
Yes.
Good night, everyone. Like Rogan said, wash your hands, 6 feet, and wear a fucking mask when you go outside. Holy shit.
Yes, please.
Aye.
And good night from the Paladin breaking the fourth wall and planning Fluffernutter.
Night, night.
And we'll see y'all on Tuesday for Into the Maelstrom. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye.
Bye.